Chapter 55. After Wang Wei woke up, he still had a massive headache. He felt like his head was constantly ringing like the bronze bells in a Taoist temple. He became confused and could not remember much. He knew his name, but forgot everything else for a moment. He forgot the date, the place he was, and what reason he was there. It wasn't until the next day that Wang Wei returned to normal. After which, he started thinking about the state he previously was in and the reason for it. More importantly, how can he re-enter it again and minimize the side effects? After contemplating for a while, Wang Wei came up with the explanation that this was the result of his powerful soul. When he concentrates or focuses on one task, he can enter a state similar to bullet time in which everything will slow down and his reaction time will dramatically increase, and his brain computing power will also exponentially increase. Wang Wei knew that this state was excellent for ordinary fights like the ones in the Spirit Road trial, but when it comes to fighting between cultivators, it will have a minimal effect. However, this state was what Wang Wei needed the most right now. Wang Wei was planning to train himself to the point that he can actually fight body refining realm first and second layer as Immortal. This was a great task as there was a great difference between mortals and cultivators. Even in the 9 layers of body refining realm, the first 2 layers are completely different from ordinary people. An example is that Wang Wei currently can lift close to 1,000 jin or 500 kilograms due to bathing in spiritual qi for countless years and drinking and eating nutritious food every day. However, a person in the body refining 1 layer will have at least 2,000 jin or 1,000 kilograms of strength. As such, this task is very difficult. As for the reason for doing this, it is of course in order to fight with Jisong. Most special physiques do not provide the people who possess them with any benefit without starting to cultivate. In fact, without cultivating, people with special physique might not even discover their uniqueness and spend all of their life as ordinary people. However, there are exceptions, especially with the top 5 physiques. The number 1 absolute chaos physique is actually quite arrogant. Without a cultivation technique at least at the level of saint, you can never cultivate with this physique. Any energy cultivated that is not the level of saint will be swallowed by the user's body itself. The majority of people with this physique will be labeled as waste that cannot cultivate, unless someone who knows about the characteristics of the absolute chaos physique notices the difference. The number 3-7 emotions 6 desires physique will provide its owner with an overwhelming amount of beauty and charm. Even without cultivating, the owner will have some slight charming abilities, and all of them are usually extremely beautiful, both men and women. The number 4 yin-yang eyes will provide the owner with the ability to see things that normal people cannot observe, like souls, ghosts, killing intent, luck, and even the spiritual qi in the air. Wang Wei's eyes only have partial abilities of the yin-yang eyes. The number 5 elements balance physique will provide its owner with a long lifespan. Without cultivating, a person with this physique can live for more than 200 years, which is comparable to body refining realm cultivators. As for the number 2 heavy axe physique that Jisong has, it will provide its owner with boundless strength or innate divine strength. As a result, Wang Wei knew that he was not Jisong's opponent right now, as the Crown Prince currently has the strength of body refining second layer. Of course, Wang Wei also knew that he still had a slight chance at winning. Although Jisong had the physical strength of body refining realm cultivators, he did not have their speed, nerve response, and control of the body through blood qi. As such, as long as Wang Wei used the right technique, he could still win the fight. Wang Wei spent more than a week to properly recuperate. In fact, he had healed after about 3 days, but spent the rest of the time training to be able to enter and exit the mysterious state at will, and also found a way to minimize the side effects. After healing, he headed out again to start his hunt anew. Soon time passed and only 5 months were left for the Spirit Road trial to end. The second segment has been going for some time now. Somewhere near a valley, more than 20 people surrounded a man dressed in animal leather, while a bunch of other people watched the fight and commented on it. "Who is that person being surrounded?" asked a thin teenager. "That's the hunter," responded another burly man with fear and respect in his eyes. The burly man was accompanied by a group of 3, 1 female archer, 1 swordsman, and 1 person with a dagger. "Who's the hunter?" asked the thin man in response. The burly man looked at him weirdly, then said, "You must not be from nearby regions?" The thin man smiled wryly in acknowledgement of this statement. The hunter is a powerful participant that has fought and killed most of the powerful heaven chosen in the nearby regions in the northeastern domain. Only a few people have managed to survive from his hands, explained the burly man, who was the captain of the team of 4. The thin man suddenly asked, "I wonder who is more powerful, the hunter of the northeast domain or the tyrant of the southern domain?" The female archer suddenly became interested, walked over and patted the thin man on his shoulder, almost breaking his bone. "Boy, who is this tyrant you spoke of?" The thin man grimaced in pain, then moved her hand from his shoulder, rubbed it with the other hand and made sure it was all right. "The tyrant is the most powerful heaven chosen of the southern domain. He is ruthless and powerful. More importantly, there is a rumor that he might possess the heavy axe physique." "The number 2 special physique, huh?" muttered the female archer, ignoring the fact that he might accidentally injure the thin man. It would be an interesting fight between the two of them. Meanwhile, the hunter that these people were actually talking about is in fact Wang Wei himself. In the past several months, he had garnered a strong reputation due to his constant challenge of different geniuses. Right now, he was being encircled by more than 20 people. However, he still had a calm look over his face. He had encountered more dangerous situations than this. Wang Wei immediately entered the mysterious state. He could now read all the movements of his opponent. He rushed toward the closest one with his steel knife. He lowered his body to dodge an oncoming punch, then cut off a single muscle to make the enemy's arm unusable, then pierced his throat. Wang Wei rolled to the right side to dodge the upcoming attack from behind. He did not even look over. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Without any pause, he rushed to his next opponent. He went straight for this girl's throat. However, when she tried to block the knife with hers, it turned out that Wang Wei's move was actually a feint. Immediately afterward, he bent down on the floor, did a 360-degree sweep on her legs, then plunged his knife on her throat before she even hit the ground. Afterward, Wang did a front flip to bypass the body, then ran towards the next target. However, a warning of danger came toward him. He immediately tilted his head slightly and caught something with his left hand. It was an arrow. "I'm not falling for the same mistake thrice," muttered Wang Wei. Then he looked in the direction that the arrow came from. There were at least 5 archers. Wang Wei rushed in their direction, designating them as the most dangerous of the group. However, someone immediately yelled out loud, "Protect the archers." Wang Wei did not give them enough time to regroup. However, there were still a few people that gathered together to protect the archers. Nonetheless, this situation was in fact in favor of Wang Wei. With the swiftest of speed, he pierced the brain of the person closest to him, then he used the body as a shield and ran towards the archers. A few seconds after his kill, 5 more arrows arrived towards him, which plunged themselves into the dead body he was carrying, protecting Wang Wei from 5 fatal attacks. He then threw away the body at the group of people that were protecting the archers. Before they could reload their arrows, Wang Wei threw 2 of the knives hanging on his waist. The knives flew swiftly in the air and hit the shoulders of 2 archers, thus successfully managing to disarm them and prevent them from firing again. However, the other 3 had enough time to reload and shoot at him. Wang Wei avoided the first arrow heading for his head, and used his knife to change the course of the second arrow heading for his heart. However, he did not have enough time to avoid the ones directed towards his lung. As such, he used his left arm to take on the arrow instead. The arrow pierced his bicep, thus injuring him. Nevertheless, despite his injury, Wang Wei did not stop moving forward. It only took him a few seconds to arrive in front of the remaining archers, then immediately killed the functioning 3 first before killing the useless one by slitting their throats. Wang Wei did not immediately take out the arrow from his arm as he learned the hard way that this arrow was the thing preventing him from bleeding. He just cut the ends of the arrow to prevent it from hindering his vision and mobility. Afterwards, he proceeded to slaughter all of the 20 people who encircled him without leaving anyone alive. However, he did not attack the people watching as he did not regard them as his enemies. After the fight, Wang Wei returned to the base that has been his home for the past 7 months, then took his shirt off. There were countless scars all over his body. His skin that used to be as smooth as a baby's but was now tan. He now had a perfect physique with defined muscle tones and at least 8 packs. He was not too big, not too small, just the right size or the golden ration like a Greek god. Wang Wei was bandaging his left arm after putting healing cream on it. Then he looked at his right hand. The number 333 was boldly printed there, signifying the number of people falling in his hands as a proof of his growth the past few months. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt a sharp pain on his shoulder. He looked over and saw that the tracking talisman started moving. He knew that this meant that Ji Song was heading his way and that their oncoming fight was soon approaching. As long as he wins, when he wins this fight, his plan will come to fruition and he will take another major step toward the supreme throne of Great Emperor. Chapter 56. After bandaging his arm, Wang Wei started thinking about his next course of action. In fact, he was not too worried about his fight against Ji Song. There are too many ways he could win this fight. He could meet up with Li Jun and ganged up on Ji Song, he could lay hundreds of traps and trick him into them, he could even use poison to weaken him. During the past years, Wang Wei had learned from his mother when to fight head-on and when to use wisdom to win a fight. The only reason he insisted on fighting with him head-on and one-to-one is because he wants to challenge his limits. The majority of people in the Spirit Road trial are regular mortals when it comes to strength. As such, they are forced to use superb techniques to make up for the lack of physical prowess. Only Ji Song did not fit into this category. As such, Wang Wei wanted to fight him and see how much he has improved since the beginning of the trial. Furthermore, Wang Wei had a lingering feeling that if he won this fight just and honorably, then something special will happen to him, something important will be given to him. He does not know where this feeling came from and what will happen, but he knows that his feeling is right. As such, he plans to follow it and see the result. Wang Wei then focused intensely on his finger and a ring randomly appeared on his ring finger. It was his space ring. As this space ring was a soul-bind treasure, he could carry it everywhere with it. This was one of the loopholes of the Spirit Road trial. However, there was still one restriction. This magical treasure could not be taken out in the first half of the trial. As the Spirit Road trial was technically under the jurisdiction of Heavenly Dao, no one dares to break its rules, not even the Dao opening sect. That is the reason that Wang Wei had to make daggers out of stone or use the environment around to make things necessary for survival while he had a space ring full of food and weapons. Of course, another restriction was that the weapons smuggled in could not be too powerful, otherwise they will be immediately sealed. In fact, this restriction also applies to treasure discovered in the secret realm during the trial. Even if a participant was lucky enough to acquire a holy or supreme weapon, it would be in a sealed state. Nevertheless, treasures like swords, sabers, or spears are still quite valuable even in a sealed state. The sharpness and indestructible nature of these weapons are enough to give any participants a great advantage in combat. Wang Wei looked inside the space ring and took out 3 paper talismans. He made sure that the talismans were still working properly as they are the main material for the next plan. However, a few breaths after taking out the talismans, Wang Wei noticed a gaze coming out over his head and scanned the talisman over, then disappeared. He knew this must be the safety mechanism left by Heavenly Dao to ensure the rules are followed. For example, if those 3 talismans were powerful attack ones, they would be immediately sealed and there would be nothing Wang Wei could do about it. Thinking about this, Wang Wei felt quite unpleasant for his powerlessness and at the very idea of Heavenly Dao itself. Having someone over your head and telling what you can and cannot do is a very unpleasant thing for someone like him who pursued the path of freedom. However, he still has to put up with it now. At least for now. After checking that everything was in place, Wang Wei began to rest in order to heal the arrow wound on his left arm. Meanwhile, in the southern domain, Ji Song was trekking towards the northeast domain to meet with the young master of the Dao opening sect. While he was walking, Ji Song started thinking to himself. According to the royal elder brother, the ancient desolate emperor who created the ancient desolate body refining scripture must have left something important in a secret realm in the Spirit Road trial. In order to acquire that thing, the Dao opening sect needed the blood of someone with a heavy axe physique to open the secret realm. As such, they released the news as bait to attract me. Most likely, there is a trap waiting for me there. Thinking of this, Ji Song sneered at this. With his powerful strength compared to body refining realm second layer, he did not fear anyone. Suddenly, Ji Song started thinking about the humiliation he suffered in the polishing Dao Heart Pagoda. The young master of the Dao opening sect crushed all of his records in that damn pagoda. He had never suffered such failure in his whole life. What made Ji Song more angry was the fact that he had greatly benefited from the 4 layers of the trial he had participated in. His will and Dao heart was sublimated after each trial. And yet, he was not allowed to participate in all of them. His family begged the sect to allow him to continue the trial, but they refused without any hesitation. Ever since he failed to experience the remaining 5 trials, he always had a feeling that something was missing from him, like he was incomplete. Ji Song's anger grew more and more as he reminisced of the situation back then. He suddenly clenched his fist and punched the ground. Bang! A spider crack a few centimeters was left in the ground. After releasing his anger, Ji Song continued his journey. It took him more than a month to travel through the central domain into the northeast one. During this month-long journey, many people tried to fight Ji Song, but all of them were forever buried in this trial. Upon arriving in the northeastern domain, Ji Song did not go directly to find Wang Wei as his elder brother warned him to always be cautious. He used the tracking talisman they placed on Wang Wei to map out all the places he had been. Ji Song then noticed that Wang Wei's space has been the same for the past 8 months. He became convinced that the secret realm of the ancient desolate emperor should be around there. Then Ji Song took out a hiding talisman from his soul-binding space ring. In the second half of the Spirit Road trial, the whereabouts of each participant will be shown as long as they approached each other at a certain distance. This hiding talisman is to prevent this from happening. After doing all of his preparations, he tracked down Wang Wei and began to observe him. Of course, Wang Wei was aware of Ji Song's location as soon as he arrived. He had Great Elder Wan Fu modify the tracking talisman so that he can also know the location of Ji Song just as he knew his. So, as soon as he arrived near him, he called him out. "Come out, Crown Prince Ji Song, I know that you are here." Ji Song then removed the effect of the hiding talisman, then said, "My brother was right, your Dao opening sect is indeed setting a trap for me. Isn't that right, young sect master Wang Wei? And yet here you are here, Crown Prince. Where are the other people? You do not think that you alone is a match for me. Where is that little sidekick of yours? What's his name? Li Zheng, I believe." "Interesting," exclaimed Wang Wei, who looked a little surprised. "Who knew that a brute like you could use tactics such as harassing your opponent by arousing their emotion? Your brother must have spent a lot of time teaching you that." "You." "Enough, Crown Prince Ji Song. People like us who aspire to sit at the supreme throne have their own pride. There is only me and you here. Let's get on with this fight." Ji Song tried to calm himself down. It's as Wang Wei said, the only thing that truly matters is the battle between the two of them. As people whose goals and ambitions are to become great emperor, most of the time, they can only use their fists to talk and convince each other. Ji Song rushed towards Wang Wei and punched him with all of his strength. Wang Wei, who had entered the mysterious state, moved his head slightly to dodge. However, he heard the sound of wind swaying next to his ear. He immediately knew how powerful this punch was. Wang Wei knew that if he was hit by even one Ji Song's punches, he might instantly lose this fight. Furthermore, although Ji Song's speed was not up to par with body refining realm cultivators, he was by any means slow. If Wang Wei had not entered the mysterious state, his speed and nerve response might not be a match for Crown Prince Ji Song. No wonder people envy people with special physique. Wang Wei sighed as he knew that this fight might be more difficult than he previously imagined. Chapter 57. Ji Song kept attacking with his powerful punches, while Wang Wei kept dodging them. Sweat was dripping from his forehead. These punches were so powerful that he fears that he might be destroyed if he is hit with just one of them. However, Wang Wei did not immediately attack. He keeps dodging the attacks in order to measure the physical fitness of Ji-song, then creates a battle plan best suited for his opponent. Meanwhile, Ji-song became increasingly more furious as Wang Wei kept dodging his kicks and punches. As such, he mocked, "Is this all you're worth? If you are a man, why don't you fight head-on with me?" Wang Wei smiled, took out his dagger, then said, "You can take out a weapon too if you want. My fists are my weapons. I respect that." After saying that, Wang Wei lunges towards Ji-song. He ducked to evade a punch, then plunged his knife into Ji-song's abdomen. However, the knife did not do as much damage as he imagined. The Crown Prince's skin was strong and durable enough to negate much of the attack, and his iron-like muscle contracted to prevent the knife from going further in and doing more damage. You should know, this was a knife made out of metals. Although the knife did not have any magical properties, it was still made of very durable metal as hard as iron. Wang Wei secretly cursed the heavy axe physique. This damn physique not only provides Ji-song with great strength, but also ridiculous defense. It was during these moments that Wang Wei became excited at the idea of cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture, and being able to build himself a more powerful body than Ji-song in the near future. Despite the failure of his first attack, Wang Wei did not stop. He continues to evade the Crown Prince's attack while stabbing him or cutting him in different parts of his body. However, Ji-song always managed to evade fatal attacks to places like his eyes or brains. In fact, Wang Wei did not want to kill Ji-song, or to be precise, he could not kill him, otherwise this fight would have gone a different way. He needs to thoroughly study the Crown Prince in order to gain his own special physique. Wang Wei soon realizes that his current tactic was not working at all. He ponders whether to take out a holy or supreme tier magical weapon from his space ring. Although the magical abilities of the weapon will be immediately sealed, the sharpness was enough to pierce Ji-song's skin and injure him. However, Wang Wei soon gave up this idea. He knew that if he took out such a weapon, then Ji-song could just take out a holy or supreme tier weapon like armor. After all, he is also from a powerful emperor lineage. By doing something like this, their battle would become endless and meaningless. As such, Wang Wei decided to change tactics. Ji-song punched with a force of more than 3,000 jin, 1,500 kilograms. The punch hit a tree in the forest around them, destroying it and scattering it into thousands of little pieces. Wang Wei took advantage of this brief moment to stab Ji-song again, this time hitting the same spot of the previous one. This time around, the dagger entered deeper into his muscles, drawing out a few drops of blood. This tactic seemed to be working. With his newfound momentum, Wang Wei began to kite Ji-song, while stabbing him with his dagger repeatedly. With the mysterious state, he could always stab him in the same spot, over and over again, thus overlapping his attacks in the same place. This method allows Wang Wei to bypass the iron-like defense of Ji-song. A few minutes into the fight, Ji-song had countless wounds all over his body. Although these wounds are not too deep, they still hurt him enough to slowly bleed, thus also slowly draining his stamina. He knew that he cannot go on like this, so he tried something new. Ji-song concentrated all of his strength on his leg, then rushed toward Wang Wei with terrifying speed and threw a punch with all of his strength. Wang Wei's face immediately changed. The Crown Prince's speed was too fast for him to respond. He could hear the sound of the punch approaching. The fist got bigger and bigger as it approached his face. All of Wang Wei's senses started screaming danger. Wang Wei knew that he could not take this punch head-on, and he also did not have enough time to evade. As such, he decided to sacrifice his right arm. He placed his right arm in a defensive position and took the full force of the punch. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei heard the sound of his bones breaking, followed by a deep and intense pain. He did not scream, but groaned. Then, he stomped on the ground to allow the remaining force of the punch to travel to the ground. After a few breaths, a bunch of cracks appear in the ground with Wang Wei at the center. He vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, then looked at his broken arm and ignored it. He then transferred his dagger to his left hand and continued to fight. The battle was not yet over. Ji-song has just used a lot of stamina in order to make such a rapid attack. His breathing became rapid and he perspired a lot. Wang Wei did not let him rest. He used the remaining left arm and continued to stab Ji Song repeatedly. Despite the pain from his broken arm, Wang Wei did not stop. Meanwhile, Ji Song's situation became increasingly worse with the passage of time. The adrenaline rush he had at the beginning of the fight has ended. All the wounds on his body started acting up. He was in great pain and even his vision became blurry. Ji Song knew that if this fight continued like this, he would definitely lose. As such, he wanted to make one last final blow to end everything once for a while. He rushed towards Wang Wei and threw a punch. When the young sect master dodged his attack and stabbed him again, Ji Song relaxed his muscles and allowed the dagger to go deep into his body. Wang Wei became shocked with the current, unpredictable moment. Before he could react, Crown Prince Ji Song kicked him on his side with all of his strength. Wang Wei could hear the sound of ribs cracking as he flew away more than 20 meters. He crashed into more than 5 trees before falling into the ground. In just a few breaths, he could feel the bitter taste of blood mixed with dirt in his mouth. His ears start to ring and his vision becomes blurry. He coughed up a pile of blood mixed with a few pieces of internal organs. Wang Wei could tell that his spinal cord might be gravely injured. He bent his neck in a direction and saw 2 Ji Songs in the ground like him trying to get up. It seemed that his injuries had finally gotten to him and he was about to pass out due to excessive blood loss. Wang Wei knew that this fight was not really over. Whoever gets up first will be the final victor. As such, he tried as hard as possible to get up, however, it was to no avail. In fact, the pain of his broken bones are nothing to Wang Wei. In the pagoda trial, he suffered much worse pain than this in the 18 levels of hell. However, the truth of the matter is, his body was not in the shape to function properly. Wang Wei did not care about this. If he orders his body to move, then it better listens to him? His body should follow his will, not the other way around. In fact, this is exactly what happens next. By his sheer will alone, Wang Wei managed to stand up. A broken spine and shattered ribcage would not stand in his way. He slowly walks towards Ji Song, who was still trying to get up from the ground. It took a while for the 2 Ji Songs to merge into one. When Wang Wei arrived in front of him, he said, "I win." Then, with his remaining functioning left arm, he repeatedly elbows Ji Song's face until both their bodies were covered in each other's blood and the crown prince had passed out. Then Wang Wei sat on the ground breathing heavily. This was a hard-won battle. Suddenly, he felt something and looked behind him. The shadow of the young emperor finally completely materializes behind him. Wang Wei felt like his mind became more clear. He could feel the vast spirit qi dancing in the air. A bunch of information was instilled in his head. Wang Wei finally knew what the title Young Emperor represents and what benefit he can get. A young emperor is essentially a person with immense will and powerful Dao heart that is acknowledged by heavenly Dao as a person worthy to bear the heaven mandate. In order to have the title of Young Emperor, you must have a strong Dao heart and will at an early stage of cultivation, otherwise heavenly Dao will not acknowledge it. As cultivators grow more powerful and experience more things in their long life, their will and Dao heart will be tempered and some of them will reach the minimum standard to be able to accept heaven will. However, if a cultivator reached such a standard at an early stage of cultivation, then he will be rewarded the title of Young Emperor. As for the advantages of said title, there are a few. First, a young emperor will have a great talent for cultivation, followed by a peak purple dragon chi luck. The greatest benefit of which is that each young emperor will have a pseudo-domain-like ability. This is a great deal as only Saint Realm powerhouses can have a domain. As for Wang Wei, his pseudo-domain allowed him to decrease the strength of his opponent between 15% to 50%. This ability is not enough to make it worthy of the name Young Emperor. What is truly heaven-defying is the fact that this ability applies to any cultivator under the Great Emperor realm. That is to say, in front of Wang Wei, a supreme realm true monarch could lose half of his strength. That is truly scary enough. Chapter 58. Wang Wei spent a few minutes contemplating his new power as a young emperor. He became excited as he knew that he had another powerful card up his sleeve during his future cultivation path. Wang Wei knew that the more hidden means he has and the more diversified his hidden cards are, the better chance he has at surviving different situations. The cultivating world is weird and complex. A person can never say they are adept to survive all its intricacies. Wang Wei did not want to be like the fellow transmigrators from his past life that mostly relied on luck to survive most situations. While Wang Wei was distracted by his newfound power, a sudden sharp pain woke him up, reminding him of the terrible shape that his body was currently in. Without hesitation, Wang Wei took out a blood-red pill and swallowed it. This blood regeneration pill was a low-level profound tier pill used by body refining and divine sea realm cultivators to heal. Wang Wei frowned as he noticed the low efficiency of this pill. This probably was the lowest grade pill that he had ever taken in his life, thought Wang Wei. However, he has no choice now since this was the highest level of pill allowed to bring from the outside. According to this speed, it will take him at least 2 months to recover all of his injuries, which was too slow. In his current state, if he encounters another enemy, he will be in grave danger. Wang Wei then made a splint with the scattered wood in the forest for his broken right arm, then took another blood regeneration pill. He walked over to Ji Song's side, took out 3 jade talismans. The first one was a sleeping talisman, which placed the crown prince in a deep coma and prevented him from waking up. Wang Wei placed the second one on Ji Song's forehead or the Niwen aperture, which the resting place of the soul, while the third talisman was placed above his heart. Then, Wang Wei took out a few origin sources as energy to activate them. The second talisman began to scan every part of Ji Song's soul, while the third one scanned all of his Buddha's blood, skin, muscle, and blood marrow. Due to the fact that the Crown Prince has not started cultivating yet and has not opened his Niwen aperture, his scanning process was more brutal than Han Li's. Wang Wei watched as Ji Song started seizing on the floor, then blood flowed out of every gap on his body. Whether it was his eyes, nose, or ears, they were dripping with blood. His body started cramping and twisting in strange ways, then Ji Song began to scream in agony. However, the first talisman still kept him unconscious. Whether this was a good thing for him or not, maybe only he knew. Wang Wei watched all of this without much reaction, then muttered, "The path of Emperor is a cruel one. If one day you are able to sit up in that supreme throne, then my fate will be at the mercy of your compassion. So, I must be the final winner, no matter what." After a few minutes, the talisman located above his heart started to draw a crimson-red drop of blood from Ji Song's body. It was his source blood. This drop of blood contains fragments of the law of power. After the first drop was taken out, soon, more were taken from Ji Song's body. However, after the 5th drop, when the 6th one was about to take, a sudden fluctuation came deep from the Crown Prince's body, then he disappeared. "Void-breaking talisman?" muttered Wang Wei. He was not surprised by Ji Song's disappearance, as he knew that the Crown Prince most likely had life-saving means implanted on him. What caught his attention was the method used. Most powerful factions will use a secret technique that transport their candidates to a secret and secure location, then heal them. However, the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty used a void-breaking talisman that allows Ji Song to forcibly break out of the Spirit Road trial. You should know that the trial takes place in a separate realm or space created by Heavenly Tao itself. To be able to use force to break out of such a secret realm proves how powerful the Breaking Void Talisman is, also, how precious it is. The Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty truly placed a lot of care on their crown prince. Wang Wei took a jade bottle to carefully store the 5 drops of source blood, then placed the bottle and the remaining 2 talismans in his space ring. Following which, he took another communicating talisman and called someone. "Hey, Li Jun, where are you now?" "Big brother Wang Wei, you finally communicated with me again after more than 2 months. Currently, I'm still in the central domain." "That's not too far. I'm currently severely injured, I need you to come pick me up." Li Jun on the other side of the communication talisman had an incredible look on his face. He had gathered information on his big brother and he knew how powerful he was as the hunter, yet he said he was severely injured. Who could do such a thing? Suddenly, Li Jun thought of something, then immediately asked, "Big brother, did you get the information and material you needed?" Yes, I just finished. Good, good, good. Then our plan is one step closer. Don't worry, big brother, he'll be here in 7 days. No, make that 3 days. He'll be waiting then. While Wang Wei was waiting for Li Jun's arrival, a great storm was taking place outside in Falling Leaves City. Somewhere in an inn, first Prince Ji Su, retired Prince Ji Xiang, and the head of the Imperial Guard, Zhou Fan, were eating and talking in a private room. Suddenly, the void fluctuated and a person instantly appeared in the room. Ji Xiang was the first to notice the change in the environment and screamed, "Who is so bold?" However, he soon discovered that it was his bleeding nephew that appeared here with the breaking void talisman provided to him. He rushed over to check his condition. Immediately afterward, Ji Su and Zhou Fan noticed something and followed. Retired Prince Ji Xiang scanned Ji Song's body with his powerful divine sense, frowned with a cold look in his eyes, then threw a pill in his mouth to stabilize his injuries. Ji Su rushed over and knelt in front of his Ji Song. "What happened to my little brother? How come he is so gravely injured?" Ji Xiang answered in a cold and murderous tone. "His soul has been forcibly scanned and searched, and more than 5 drops of source blood have been taken from him." "Great uncle, what does that mean? What is going to happen to my brother?" "It means that Songer is basically crippled. Not to mention the heavy axe physique, even cultivating will be extremely difficult for him from now on." Both Ji Su and Zhou Fan became furious. They could not imagine how the Crown Prince would be so heavily injured while taking part in the Spirit Road trial. According to his current situation, his future seems to be bleak as his path of emperor was permanently cut off. Ji Xiang started to think while he looked at the pale and feeble complexion of his nephew with a look of pity, then he seemed to have made a certain decision. He waved his hand to wrap Ji Song with his power, then with a swish sound disappeared from the room. The only thing left of him that could prove his previous existence in the room was his last word. "I will bring Songer back to see His Majesty." Ji Xiang forcibly broke the void easily. The space around him bent according to his will. In just a few minutes, he already crossed countless domains in which the smallest was the size of planet Earth, and arrived in the capital city of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. As soon as Ji Xiang teleported to the city, countless formations were immediately activated and surrounded him. Thousands upon thousands of runes formed an array pattern that surrounded both Ji Xiang and the whole city. Sovereign Ji Wen was the first to notice the change. He roared, "Who?" loud enough that the entire capital city could hear him. Ji Xiang, who immediately realized his fault, used his token talisman to notify the city formation of his identity. Then he entered the palace and notified Sovereign Ji Wen of the Crown Prince situation. Looking at the current situation of his son, Sovereign Ji Wen had a terrifying murderous aura around him. The murderous aura soon enveloped the entire palace. Then, the Qi Luck dragon of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty seemed to have felt the murderous aura of its ruler. It suddenly roared into the heaven. Following which, Ji Wen's killing intent was fused with the luck of the entire dynasty. All of the billions of citizens of the Great Zhou Dynasty scattered throughout countless domains suddenly felt an intense murderous aura covering them. They felt an immense pressure covering them, so they immediately knelt down in worship and fear. They immediately knew that their sovereign was furious and someone was about to usher the wrath of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. Of course, not everyone knelt down. There are many cultivators that are not Great Zhou citizens living in their domain. As arrogant as they are, how could they easily bow to another cultivator? As such, they had to resist the pressure with their own cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty's royal palace, Sovereign Ji Wen suddenly asked, "Was it the Dao opening sect?" "It is most likely them, Your Majesty," replied retired Prince Ji Xiang. "Do they fucking want an Emperor Dao war? If that is what they want, I will gladly give it to them." Ji Xiang's face immediately became ugly and hastily said, "Your Majesty needs to calm down. This is not the time to act rashly and out of emotion. Furthermore, there is still hope for the Crown Prince." Ji Wen calmed down and became excited when he heard these words. "Uncle, are you sure about this? What do I need to do to help Songer?" Ji Xiang looked at his great-nephew, and smiled gently. I will use a secret technique to sacrifice all my cultivation in order to repair Songer Foundation. In that way, not only will Songer be healed, but his foundation will dramatically strengthen. It is possible for him to have one of the most powerful heavy axe physique in history. Sovereign Ji Wen's face immediately changed and became gloomy. Uncle, if you do this, you will also die afterward. It's all right. This old man has lived for a long time. It is about time to leave the future for the next generation. Sovereign looked at Ji Xiang with complicated eyes. On one hand, he wished he could save his son, while on the other, he did not want his great Zhou to lose a powerful true monarch. In the end, he sighed and finally said, "I'll be counting on you then." A few breaths after this, Ji Xiang disappeared with the unconscious Ji Song, preparing to do the last good deed in his life for the dynasty. Chapter 59. Sovereign Ji Wen was sitting on his throne with a gloomy look on his face, contemplating his next plan of action when someone notified him of the arrival of the Prime Minister. With just one look, Zhao Yan could tell that His Highness was not in a good state. As such, he immediately inquired about what exactly happened. When he heard the whole story about Crown Prince Jisong's fate, he too was shocked and perplexed. As such, he asked, "So, what do you plan to do now, Your Majesty?" "I can tell you, Zhao Yan, the idea of an Emperor Dao war is currently reverberating in my mind right now." Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister's heart started accelerating, his palm became sweaty and his mouth seemed to be dry as if he was thirsty. As a powerful cultivator, how can he be thirsty? Despite all of his internal change, his face remains calm and his mind still sensible. He sighed, then replied, "I understand the anger you feel right now, Your Majesty, but you must calm down and think things through rationally. Zhao Yan, I know that an Emperor Dao war will involve our great Zhou imperial dynasty fighting to the death with the Dao opening sect until one of our lineage is completely destroyed. However, when I think about what they did to Songer, I just can't calm down." Prime Minister Zhao Yan took a deep breath to recollect himself, then continued. An Emperor Dao war would involve countless resources such as pills, weapons, and talismans. Then, all the cultivators whose lifespan was coming to an end and sealed themselves would awaken from their slumber. After which, even Emperor artifacts will be involved in the war. More importantly, even the sleeping immortal venerables will have to be awakened. An Emperor Dao war could eventually drag the entire myriad Emperor plane into war and countless slaughter. Prime Minister Zhao Yan started walking back and forth while thinking. "Your Majesty, the Dao opening sect is one of the oldest sects in the world. You can imagine how many powerhouses are secretly sealed in there, how deep are their foundations. Although the Emperor Enlightening Academy claims to have a deeper foundation than them, we all know that it is actually not true." Sovereign Ji Wen clenched his hand so hard that his throne, which is made of supreme tier material, started to deform a little. "I know all of this, Zhao Yan. I'm just a little unwilling." The Prime Minister sighed, then continued. "Your Majesty, based on recent events, we can tell that the Dao opening sect is willing to go to extreme lengths for this generation's Heaven Mandate battle. A few months ago, they even woke up one of their immortal venerable and almost destroyed the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. From the information that we gathered, they wanted something from the pavilion so badly that they were even willing to break the Immortal Avenue Pact and involve the Immortal Realm powerhouse in the world." Sovereign Ji Wen also sighed as he understood the Prime Minister's meaning. The Dao opening sect can easily break the Immortal Avenue Pact. They will also not hesitate to start an Emperor Dao war. And with a deep and unfathomable foundation, they will most likely be the final winner. Although unwilling, Sovereign Ji Wen knew that he had to swallow this bad breath. While Sovereign Ji Wen was lamenting his helplessness as a ruler, First Prince Ji Su and Imperial Guard leader Zhou Fan walked into the hall. Immediately after entering the hall, Zhou Fan knelt on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, as long as you order, I will lead our army in a crusade against the damn Dao opening sect." After saying this, he gave a slight look toward Ji Su. Noticing the strange behavior of Zhou Fan, Ji Wen could already guess what happened. He looked at his oldest son and said, "Suer, you did the right thing not to let Zhou Fan attack the Dao opening sect in Falling Leaf City. Now, it is not time for war. Ji Wen then looked at the unwilling Imperial Guard leader and said, "You do not need to be angry. Crown Prince Ji Song will be fine." After saying this, Sovereign Ji Wen dismissed everyone else without much explanation and headed deep in the royal family tomb to wait for his son's return after experiencing nirvana. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Road trial, 3 days went by smoothly. Wang Wei, who was waiting, heard the sound of animals galloping. When he exited his little wooden house, he saw Li Jun and a bunch of people riding a bunch of weird four-legged animals. These animals seemed to be the combination of horses and bulls. They had legs like horses, 2 horns, and a robust body. Wang Wei frowned when he saw all of these people. He then used the communication talisman to warn Li Jun to stop at a certain distance so that they are not harmed by all the traps laid around the base camp, then told him how to navigate through the traps safely. After successfully stopping at an appropriate distance and finally personally meeting with Wang Wei, Ji Jun rushed over and asked, "Big brother, how are you doing now?" "I'm fine." "Well, Liv, why did you bring so many subordinates?" Li Jun seemed to be aware of something, then answered promptly, "You do not need to worry, big brother. I have experienced life and death with these people. Additionally, I have used what you have taught me and used benefits to tie us together as a group. I promised them that they can all enter our sect after the trial." "Well, that's good." Wang Wei patted his shoulder, then continued, "Do you have any healing pills from any secret realms?" Li Jun then searched his space ring and took out a few pills. "I have a few low-grade earth-tier bone connecting pills. All the other ones are too powerful for us to take." "Well, this should do. With this pill, I can heal my injuries in just half a month." After this, Wang Wei began to properly heal under the protection of Li Jun and his subordinate, while chatting with him of his experience the past 8 months. Wang Wei knew that Li Jun was transported in the central domain and had his own subordinate. Unlike him who became a solo player, Li Jun decided to build a reliable team. However, he did not know the exact experience of his little brother. In fact, Li Jun's experience was actually quite simple and straightforward. After entering the Spirit Road trial, he fought a bunch of participants. However, instead of killing them, he asked them to surrender to him. He accepted those who did and killed the ones that refused. After teaching his subordinate proper teamwork, he started to spread his prestige throughout the central domain. Then, in the second half of the trial, he occupied one of the newly opened cities. As a city lord, Li Jun organized trade of various items such as food, weapons, pills, and even cultivating techniques. Although the participants cannot cultivate during the trial, many of them who are of low background used this opportunity to find better cultivation methods for the future. In general, Li Jun's stay in the trial was actually quite moist. Of course, he did not do all of these for no reason. Li Jun knew that the sect was training him to be a powerful general that could pave the way for Wang Wei's path of emperor. In order to be prepared for the future, he started training troops and also learned how to be a good leader or commander. Li Jun knew that his big brother was extremely talented and wise. As such, as he grows more powerful, many people will want to follow him and be the vanguard to his army. If he is not able to keep up with his big brother's step, although he knew that he would not be replaced on account of their brotherhood, his position will become quite awkward. Furthermore, his big brother might not say anything about him if he cannot keep up, but the sect will have no such scruples. The motto of the Dao opening sect has always been that they do not raise waste. Soon, 7 days passed. Wang Wei had removed the stint on his arm and was doing some light exercise with his hand. In just a few days, his broken arm had already healed, and his ribs were already grown and reconnected. The only trouble left was his injured spine, which will take some time to heal. While Wang Wei was doing a punching routine, Li Jun ran towards him with some information. "Big brother, do you remember the guy you told me to look out for?" Wang Wei was briefly confused before he realized that Li Jun was talking about the kid he met in Falling Leaves City that made his chi dragon act weird. Wang Wei then motioned him to continue. "Well, we found him in the eastern domain through the tracking talisman you placed on him. After which, just like you asked, we secretly tracked him. Just now, I received the information that this kid was lucky enough to enter a secret realm." Wang Wei's eyes immediately lit up. The lucky encounter of that kid is probably the reason that his luck dragon was acting so weird. He must have gotten something that is very useful to me, thought Wang Wei. Where is he now? My subordinates have subdued him and are bringing him here. They should arrive in just a few days. Good, muttered Wang Wei. He was truly looking forward to what kind of opportunity this kid will bring with him. As a person with a noble background, there are a few things that can bring him a true sense of excitement. Chapter 60. Wang Wei spent a few days continuing healing as he waited for Li Jun's subordinate to bring the kid named Wu Ming to him. Luckily, he did not have to wait long, as 5 days later, a new group of people arrived at his base. What surprised Wang Wei was the fact that the leader of this group was actually Yan Liling, the niece of great elder Yan Mei. Wang Wei then gave Li Jun a weird look, who then proceeded to smile wryly without saying anything. Since Li Jun did not mention it, Wang Wei ignored him as this involved his privacy. However, given the complex political situation in the sect, Yan Liling's presence was in fact no accident, and Li Jun should be aware of this. Soon, Yan Liling brought Wu Ming in front of Wang Wei and Li Jun. The kid was tied up with rope. Various friction marks could be seen all over his body. Despite his current situation, he did not stop trying to break out of the rope. After dismissing Li Jun's subordinate, Wang Wei looked at the tied-up kid and said, "Wu Ming, right? You could either take out all of the things in your space ring, or we can kill you and take it out ourselves. You have 5 breaths to decide." After saying this, Wang Wei, Li Jun, and Yan Liling looked at Wu Ming on the ground without saying a word. It only took him a few moments for him to succumb to the pressure and emptied out his new-found space ring. Then, the 3 of them started to look at the materials taken out. There were countless jade bottles, a bunch of rusted weapons, and a thick book. Li Jun opened a few bottles to check the medicine inside. However, all of them were either rotten with a pungent smell or turned into powder the moment they were exposed to the air. Suddenly, Yan Liling said, "This is a body-strengthened pill, this one a sea expansion pill, and a soul-nourishing pill." After that, she continued to name most of the pills in the containers simply based on the smell alone. Wang Wei frowned as he had never heard of these pills, as did Li Jun, so he asked, "Liling, what kind of pills are these?" The majority of these pills are very old and are in fact prototypes of current pills such as the Blood Chi pill or the Divine Sea expansion pill. And the recipe for some of these pills have been lost for countless years. Wang Wei noticed how these 2 people were talking so intimately and casually as if they had known each other for many years. He just gave them a look, then proceeded to check the weapons. All of these weapons no longer have any spiritual energy in them, and the metals have been corroded by the passage of time. Moreover, the refining seemed very rough and did not use the full potential of all the materials. Li Jun and Yan Liling walked over to check the weapons on the ground. The 3 of them seemed to have forgotten poor Wu Ming. "How long have these things existed?" asked Li Jun. Wang Wei picked up the book and responded, "Let us find out." Wang Wei then opened the first page. The first thing he noticed was the fact the font of the book was extremely small despite the thickness of the book. Li Jun suddenly said, "Ancient scripts? This has never been my strong point. Throughout the history of the world, the language has gone through many revisions. As such, there are countless variations of it. Of course, there is one exception, that is the Tao text. This language is used by cultivators when creating cultivation techniques or methods in order to properly explain the profound meanings or laws contained in them. As such, the Tao text is probably the oldest language in existence in the Myriad Emperor world. As part of their aristocratic education, both Wang Wei, Li Jun, and Yan Liling had to learn all kinds of language as a child. The language class is necessary as it is a way to enlighten young children of the ways of the world, and to prepare them just in case they one day enter a very old secret realm and can translate the things they received in there. Wang Wei began to translate the text and read it out loud. "If you are reading this, it means that you are my descendant and my plan has succeeded. From now on, our lineage finally has an heir. Before I begin to explain my story, I would like to curse all 18 generations of Shihai's family. I hope all of your relatives and descendants both direct and distant to die a painful death and never reincarnated. As for you, Shihai, I hope you are castrated, then raped by more than 10,000 men for 10,000 years. After reading there, Wang Wei paused due to being speechless. How much hatred does this guy have for this Shihai? Suddenly, Yan Liling said, "Isn't Shihai the real name of Emperor Haiyuan, the Formation ancestor?" "That can't be right," answered Li Jun. "The Formation ancestor was a great emperor from the ancient emperor era. Are you telling me this book is this old?" Wang Wei frowned and started thinking. The history of the myriad emperor plane is very long, spanning billions of years. As such, it is divided into 9 eras: the Chaos Era, Primordial Era, Beginning Emperor Era, the Void Era, the Ancient Emperor Era, the Incense or Faith Era, the Devil Era, the Middle Emperor Era, and the New Emperor Era. Wang Wei knows that there is very little information left about the first 4 eras except for the fact that there were countless powerful primordial gods and innate life forms in the Primordial Era. However, the majority if not all of them are now extinct. As for the Beginning Emperor Era, all the information available is that a human referred to as the Heaven-Opening Emperor became the first great emperor of the entire world, thus starting the era of the great emperor reigning supreme. As for the Void Era, Wang Wei knew that there is absolutely no information about it even from the secret archive of the sect. He once asked his grandfather, and he told him that most cultivators came to the conclusion that something happened in the Void Era that basically erased the entire world's history. The furthest information that still remains about the world's history started from the Ancient Emperor Era to the current New Emperor Era. After taking a brief moment to think about all of these things, Wang Wei said, "Well, know if he is talking about the same person. More importantly, why does the owner of this book have so much hatred for this so-called Shihai?" After saying this, the 3 of them continued to read on. It turned out the owner was indeed talking about Emperor Haiyuan, the ancestor of Formation. To be exact, this book or journal explained in detail a story about love, envy, and betrayal between 2 sworn brothers. The owner of the book, named Wu Yihu, is in fact the ancestor of Wu Mingwas in the same sect as Emperor Haiyuan, who was known as Shihai before crowning himself Great Emperor. They both studied Formation. Due to the Void Era, civilization had basically returned to zero. As such, many things were either incomplete or starting over. For example, the Tao of Formation. During that time, the Tao of Formation was not as systemic as today. There was no division such as profound, earth, and heaven, etc. In fact, there were not even as many different kinds of formation as today. In order to fix the situation, the cultivators of that era knew that they needed someone to prove the Tao and become a great emperor with the Tao of Formation. Such a person would be granted the title of Formation Ancestor and leave a lasting glory for future descendants. As such, a worldwide race began. Many cultivators began to study runes and formation in order to be the first to prove the Tao. In fact, the situation was the same for other occupations like alchemy, weapons refining, and talisman. Everyone wanted the title of Ancestor. Then came Wei and Shihai, sworn brothers who entered the same sect to study formation. Shihai had an unparalleled talent for formation, while Wu Yes was quite mediocre. However, Wei was a hard-working and very dedicated person. More importantly, he was very clever, a true genius in his own right. As such, he was not discouraged by his lack of talent. He hoped to find a way around this problem. And he succeeded in doing so. Unfortunately, this was the very reason that led to his eventual downfall. That and his unwavering trust in his sworn brother, Shihai. Chapter 61. In order to understand the difference and struggle between Wu Yi and Shihai, one must understand how formation works and how talent is distinguished for special occupations like formation or talisman. Formation is essentially using the environment like mountain, rivers, location, or feng shui to borrow or levy the mighty power of heaven and earth. In the early stage of cultivation, formation masters required to use formation flags and origin stone as energy. However, as they grow more powerful, they will slowly abandon exterior aids, even the environment, and use their cultivation to instantly set up formation. When it comes to talent, formation masters need to have great calculating abilities to be able to scan and map out the environment. Then, they will need a powerful and sensible soul to be able to engrave the divine runes that make up formations. According to the archaic book in Wang Wei's hand, Shihai had a very high affinity with runes, as such he could easily memorize them and understand them. Additionally, he had a powerful soul that allowed him to carve out any runes, no matter how fine and detailed they were. Wang Wei turned the page and continued reading. That damn Shihai had a truly heaven-defying talent. Our master always complimented him and compared him to me. At that time, although I always envied him a little, I was happy for him as he was my sworn brother. After all, we came from the same village and grew up as neighbors. Despite my lack of soul power for carving runes, my perception and understanding of runes was not worse than his. So, I did not give up on my path studying formation. I always believed that I might be able to find a way to fix or make up for my talent in the soul department. And I succeeded. One day, suddenly I thought, why should I only use the soul to carve out runes? Why couldn't I use my body as a source instead? Upon reading here, all three of Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wu Ming were shocked. If what Wu Yi wrote in the journal is true, this man has managed to revolutionize the Tao of formation. Just this idea is enough to bring about a new glorious era for cultivators who practice the Tao of formation. Wang Wei was the only one who did not have much change. As a transmigrator, he has read too many of these things from the novels in his past. Compared with the brain hole or imagination that the authors in his past life came up with, Wu Yi's idea is nothing. In fact, Wang Wei still admires him. Although the myriad emperor plane has a history spanning billions of years and has created a terrifying civilization, the inherent thinking of the people in this world is actually fixed or linear. As their culture ingrained in them the idea of respecting the ancestors, respecting the sages that came before, the thinking of most people became in fact restraint. As long as someone talks about an idea that does not fit with the predecessors, two things will likely happen to them. One, they will be labeled as heretic and destroyed by the masses. Or they will become unparalleled geniuses that bring prosperity to the whole world. The former being the most likely scenario. This is another reason that great emperors are venerated in this world, because no one dares to question them when they decide to improve or contradict the beliefs and ideas of their predecessors. In essence, every great emperor has the ability to become a pathfinder for the entire myriad emperor plane. And the majority of them do so. After waiting for the other people to calm down, Wang Wei continued to translate and read the journal out loud. In fact, the person who was most happy about this situation is Wu Ming. His Wu family is only a small family in the southern vermilion bird continent whose highest cultivator was in the void-shattered realm. If he had taken this journal back to the family, it would take them years to find a way to learn the ancient scripts and translate it. But now, he can learn the content of the book and memorize it. Although his current life and death is unknown, he still has a hint of hope due to the fact that these people did not immediately kill him. With the secret help of the master and a few junior brothers, I have successfully developed a method that allows me to engrave runes on my body, then blend in with heaven and earth to use stamina to replace soul power when arranging formations. This method not only made up for my lack of talent in soul power, but it also dramatically increased my affinity for runes. When I blended into heaven and earth, I entered an entire world made only of runes. From the soil in the ground, to the trees in the forest, to the blowing wind in the air, everything was made of runes. It was truly magical. However, my happiness did not last long. Shihai invited me to a secret realm and told me he may have found something that is helpful to my research, then he betrayed me. He tricked me into a formation he set up to completely annihilate both my body and soul. All four of them had somewhat of a surprised look on their faces. Although they knew that Emperor Haiyuan had done something terrible to Wu Yi that fermented such terrible hatred, they are still a little shocked by the revelation. In this world, great emperors are usually glorified as supreme beings that are above all mundane things, including ugly human emotions such as betrayal. Now, seeing the ugly side of one such great emperor as the formation ancestor, it is indeed quite the shocking thing. Wang Wei sighed, then said, "In the end, even a great emperor is a humble human being. It cannot escape the 7 emotions and 6 desires." After saying this, Wang Wei lost a little of awe for all great emperors. He realized that, in the end, great emperor is essentially just a cultivating realm that only few people have the opportunity to reach in their lifetime. Nothing more and nothing less. The other 3 people felt the sudden change in Wang Wei. However, they could not pinpoint where the change came from. As such, they continued to listen to him translating the journal. I should have noticed something wrong before. When I was creating my new method with the master, Xianxia instantly became more cold and distant. I thought that he was under pressure as the successor of the sect, but now it seemed that I was wrong. Before he activated that formation, I asked him the reason he betrayed me. He told me that he cannot get used to his master constantly praising me as a great genius that will bring a glorious era for the Tao of formation. He went on a 5-minute rant about how he will acquire the title of Formation Ancestor, and his Tao will become the orthodox way, while mine will be forever labeled as heretics. Luckily for me, my newly created formation rune body not only provided me with matchless talent for formation, but also provided me with a great life-saving method by blending into the surroundings and pretending that I'm dead. Although I survived Xianxia's formation, I can feel that I do not have long to live. I do not fear death. I fear that my legacy will be lost or destroyed. It is very likely that Xianxia will become a great emperor. So, I must find a way for my future descendants to inherit my Tao, then eventually complete it and surpass me. After reading the journal, Wang Wei realized that the rest of the book contained the way to cultivate the formation rune body. Suddenly an idea popped up in Wang Wei's head. One of the abilities of this technique is to blend in with heaven and earth through runes engraved in the body. If he changed the runes, then he can make so that he can instead blend in with the fragment of law that his special physique requires. In doing so, he will greatly increase his chance in succeeding to acquire a special physique. This method was tailored for him. No wonder his Qi Luck Dragon acted weird when he saw Wu Ming in Falling Leaf City. Suddenly, Li Jun asked, "Are we in trouble for knowing the dirty past of a great emperor? What if Emperor Haiyuan comes to trouble us?" Wang Wei gave him a weird look. "You do not need to worry about such things. Who knows where Emperor Haiyuan is now after such a long time? Furthermore, our Tao opening sect has more powerful emperors than him." "Li Jun, stop asking stupid question," said Yan Liling after giving him a fierce look. Then she looked toward Wang Wei and asks, "Big brother Wang Wei, what do we do with Wu Ming?" After saying this, all 3 of them placed their gaze towards the still tied-up Wu Ming, pondering what fate to bestow on him. Chapter 62. In the first place, Wang Wei did not plan to kill Wu Ming. Although he is the kind of person that can do anything for his goal, he still knows gratitude and has a somewhat moral bottom line. Furthermore, Wang Wei is the kind of person that knows when to repay his karma. The formation rune body method is of great help to his future plan. He would never be able to acquire it without the help of Wu Ming. After pondering for a few moments, Wang Wei took 2 jade talismans from his space ring. In the first talisman, he copied the entire book left by Wu Yi, including the journal part of it. Then, in the second part, he recorded some ideas he had after reading about the formation rune body. He provided Wu Ming with a few ideas that he thought about or read about from his past life. For example, instead of using the runes to just increase talents, why not carve an entire formation on your body and treat yourself as the formation itself? If someone could decompose an emperor formation and slowly build in his body, then he could use the slight power of a great emperor. This idea can also apply for alchemy, talisman, and weapon refining. Use the body as a pill, talisman, or weapon and successfully refined it. Another idea is to try to replace the entire body into runes. Whether it is the skin, blood, muscle, etc. In fact, Wang Wei wanted to mention the idea of replacing every single cell in the body with runes. However, he did not know how to explain the concept of cells to Wu Ming, so he did not mention it. After doing all of this, Wang Wei returned the original book and the other talisman to Wu Ming. Then, he said, I'm returning the book to you, and this talisman is my reward to you for acquiring your family inheritance." After receiving the book and talisman from Wang Wei, Wu Ming was indeed a little shocked. He did not expect that not only did these people not harm him, but they even rewarded him. Wu Ming concentrated very hard in order to read what was in the talisman. Then he looked at Wang Wei with incredible eyes. "Why are you giving me such a precious thing?" asked Wu Ming. "The formation rune body is of great importance to me. This is just me repaying the karma I owe you." "But, young Master Wang Wei, you could just provide me with some material. Or, you can just kill me in order not to have to pay karma. You are thinking too much into it. These are just ideas. Whether you or family can realize them and make them come true is unknown." Both Li Jun and Yan Liling were confused by Wu Ming's behavior. They inferred that their big brother Wang Wei must have given him something very valuable for him to act in such a way. Wu Ming did not think the same way. The ideas in this talisman are way more valuable than his ancestor's book. Just look at what happened to Wu Yi. A future emperor was willing to kill him just for his genius idea. And yet, this talisman contained countless of such heaven-defying ideas. Wu Ming did not continue to say anything. He knelt in the ground and kowtowed 3 times towards Wang Wei. In fact, Wang Wei did indeed do something amazing, although he did not know it yet. The ideas he just randomly made eventually created a new profession known as totem warriors. The idea of using runes on the body will eventually create a glorious era for professions like alchemy, formation, talismans, and weapon refining. When the first totem warrior managed to prove the Tao, then the era will reach its peak. This emperor will also be the first one of the Wu family, and a direct descendant of Wu Ming himself. Suddenly, Wang Wei thought of something, then he reminded Wu Ming. "You better be careful when you leave here. If I remember correctly, Emperor Haiyuan had created the Origin Rune Palace in the southern Vermilion Bird continent. This place is considered the origin of formation by countless cultivators. Although they only have a total of 2 emperors including Emperor Haiyuan, the status of the Origin Rune Palace is very noble throughout the world. According to your ancestor's journal, his master and a few other disciples should be aware of how to cultivate the formation rune body. Yet, this method has never appeared in the cultivating world. As such, you can imagine their fate and what length Emperor Haiyuan went to ensure that this method did not appear in the world." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming's face became increasingly ugly, then he started shaking with cold sweat sliding down his back. His family is just one of countless low-level families in the southern continent. Although they can walk sideways in the city they live in, that is because there are no other powerful factions competing with them. If they were to offend such big people as the Origin Rune Palace, they would be instantly destroyed without the ability to fight back. "What should I do then?" asked Wu Ming with trepidation. Everyone looked at each other while shaking their heads. Yan Liling then suggested, "It's better to enter a powerful emperor lineage that focuses on formation. This way not only could they protect you, they can also provide you with the resources to develop and grow. It's better not to easily reveal or mention the formation rune body method," added Li Jun, "or better yet, wait until you reach a certain cultivation level before bringing it out to get the support of the sect you choose to enter." In fact, they could invite him to the Tao opening sect. However, their sect was not really focused on formation, although they still have many grandmasters in these fields. Furthermore, Wang Wei believed that Wu Ming's appearance would shake the water in the southern continent. Wang Wei hoped that there was a fight between the Orthodox Way and the Rune Body Way in the southern continent and reached the point that they could not properly train a heaven chosen for this generation's heaven mandate battle. Of course, there is the possibility that this method backfired and their constant infighting creates a truly powerful genius that rises through countless slaughter. If that becomes the case, Wang Wei just has to accept it. Anyway, he did not fear any challenge. After saying everything that needed to be said, Wu Ming separated with the rest of the group. Meanwhile, all of 3 of them waited for the Spirit Road trial to come to an end. All of them had accomplished their objectives for coming in. Wang Wei's purpose was to train himself and research Ji Song's physique. Li Jun's goals were to also train himself both his fighting prowess and commanding ability and to plunder luck. His chi dragon finally changed from red to deep purple. Heaven knows how many people he killed to do such a feat. As for Yen Liling, only herself knew what her objectives were. While the gang of 3 were chilling and waiting for the time of exit, Du Bo, the devil cultivator from the Beating Heart cult, was currently in a very difficult situation. He was limping while running away. One of his arms was missing, while the other had many deep cuts on them. His clothes were tattered, his hair disheveled, and his complexion pale. More importantly, someone was tracking and hunting him. "Jian Wushuang, why do you keep following me?" "I have not offended you," screamed Du Bo out loud. "You should never have killed my big brother and eaten his heart," said a deep and powerful voice. Then a teenager holding a sword walked behind Du Bo. Just by looking at him, you feel like you are looking at a sharp and upright sword. He was more than 1.7 meters tall, had what one would call a sword eyebrow, and he always walked straight. Although he was not overtly handsome, he had deep and profound eyes that could cut through anything. In essence, Jian Wushuang was an unpolished sword. After finishing the sentence, Jian Wushuang immediately plunged his word into Du Bo's heart, trying to kill him. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. Right after his sword pierced Du Bo's heart, an unknown power manifested and blocked the sword from going further in. Then, a spatial fluctuation came from Du Bo's body and transported him into another safe region to recuperate. Before leaving though, he yelled, "You wait for me, Jian Wushuang. My Beating Heart cult will track you and your family from the lower plane and annihilate all 9 generations of your clan." Soon after saying this, Du Bo was transported from the eastern domain all the way to the western one, while passing through the central domain. Then he plunged deep under the earth, where he entered a state similar to hibernation in order to heal himself. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang was frowning while thinking about Du Bo's last word. He did not expect this guy's status was high enough to have a life-saving method secretly implanted on him. Before coming to this trial, his family had warned him not to offend the emperor lineages in the upper realm. However, anger got the better of him when he saw his sworn big brother lying in a puddle of blood with his heart missing. Jian Wushuang started thinking about a solution to his problem. Then he realized he was thinking too much. As long as he became the first in this Spirit Road trial, then got noticed and accepted by an emperor lineage, then everything will be fine. This was his original plan in the first place. With his talent, he has a high chance of succeeding. By then, the Beating Heart cult will not be a problem. Even his family might have a chance to migrate to the upper realm. After thinking about this, Jian Wushuang started hunting more fiercely, thus bringing a reign of terror in the eastern domain. Soon, more than 4 months passed by, the Spirit Road trial had ended. Wang Wei and all the surviving participants were then sent out of the trial. Chapter 63. After exiting the Spirit Road trial, Wang Wei felt a sense of relief. In the past year, his nerves have always been tense. He always had one eye open when he slept in order to prevent any sneak attacks. Even when Li Jun's subordinate appeared, he did not let his guard down. Soon, Wang Wei, Yen Liling, Li Jun and his subordinate found the people of the Dao opening sect waiting for them. Great Elder Wang Fu strode over to greet them. He looked at the long disheveled black hair of Wang Wei, then took notice of all the scars on his body. Then he said with a wry smile, "It's good that you are back safely, young master. However, Sect Madam will not be happy to see you in your current situation." Wang Wei also smiled wryly. He knew of the overprotective nature of his mother. If it was up to her, she would lock him inside the sect and never allow him to take a single step outside. After a brief conversation, Wang Fu also looked over at Li Jun and Yen Liling. He could also notice the subtle relationship between these two, but he did not say anything. More importantly, what he cared about most was the fact Li Jun has greatly increased his chi luck. As a Saint Realm cultivator, of course Wang Fu has a way to see illusory kinds of things such as luck. Although this ability is not as detailed and easy to use as Wang Wei, it can still get the work done. As for Li Jun's subordinate, he did not mention them. While Wang Fu was talking to the group, both Wang Ju and true Monarch Yen Chen arrived and joined the conversation. Suddenly, a great commotion arose not far from the Dao opening sect. When they turned around to see what had happened, Wang Wei noticed that the devil cultivator and his entourage had surrounded someone else. "That's him, cult elder, that's the kid that almost killed me," said Du Bo to a very ugly old man with red skin and red eyes. The red-eyed old man looked at the sword eyebrow-like teenager, then said, "Boy, are you Jian Wushuang? A lowly person like you dares to injure the cult leader's son. Do you think that our beating heart cult is easy to bully?" Jian Wushuang's face became increasingly ugly as he heard the insults said towards him. He wanted to do something, but he was powerless. He looked in different directions hoping that some sect or faction would stand up for him, but no one did. They just stood there like they're watching an interesting show. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth and hands. His eyes became red and his breathing heavy. In fact, Jian Wushuang did not fear death. As a swordsman, dying is a common thing for him. However, he fears that his family will be implicated due to his actions and ends up being destroyed. At the moment that Jian Wushuang was about to lose hope, suddenly a space crack emerged on top of everyone watching. Then a handsome young man wearing white robe emerged, a beautiful sword engraved with lotus pattern hanging on his side. His long hair tied loosely with a white ribbon danced in the air with the wind. He looked cool and was quite pleasing to the eye. As soon as he appeared, he scanned all the people on the ground. His eyes could pierce the heart and soul of anyone he looked at, like a peerless sword unsheathed for the very first time. Then his gaze slightly paused on Wang Wei before continuing until he stopped on Jian Wushuang, then said, "It seemed that my feelings originated from you." Then he used his divine sense to scan Jian Wushuang's body. His eyes light up after finishing. "Innate sword bone? Excellent. Boy, what is your name?" "Senior, my name is Jian Wushuang." "Surname Jian? That's the same as me. It seemed that we were destined to meet." "Boy, do you want to be my direct disciple?" Jian Wushuang wanted to accept immediately, but considering his current situation, he did not want to involve the person and get him hurt. So, he hesitated. The white robe sword-wielding young man noticed the hesitation of Jian Wushuang. He looked around and managed to piece together the whole situation. So, he looked toward the red-eyed old man and said, "Jian Wushuang is now part of my sword-casting villa. So, old man Du-Ah, take your ugly face back to the beating heart cult." Cult elder Du-Ah's face became more ugly upon hearing these words. As such, he shouted, "Damn you Jin-I, don't think that just because your sword-casting villa has 6 great emperors that our beating heart cult is afraid of you. This kid has severely injured the cult master's only son, he must die today." Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang was shocked. He did not expect the person who wanted to accept him as a disciple was actually from such a powerful emperor lineage. Maybe he will be safe today. Jianni looked at Du-Ah and shook his head. "You devil cultivators are like mad dogs, always trying to bite someone even when you know you are outclassed. Very well then, let's settle this with our fist." After saying this, the two of them instantly disappeared and started fighting above the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Li Jun became excited as he heard that the two of them were about to fight. "So," he said, "are we about to witness 2 Saint Realm cultivators fight?" Then, both Wang Wei and Yan Liling looked at him as if his brain had problems. Immediately, Li Jun knew the reason why. The two were in fact fighting far above in the air, almost leaving the atmosphere. A height that mortals like them could not even see, let alone reach. Additionally, the shockwave from their confrontation was enough to kill most of the people here. Li Jun then became dejected, so he asked, "What exactly is an innate sword bone anyway?" So, Wang Wei explained. The innate sword bone is actually someone born with the ultimate talent for cultivating sword Dao. This talent is in fact compared with the number 15 heavenly physique, the exquisite sword heart physique, and it might even have surpassed it. While Wang Wei and his groups were leisurely chatting, everyone else waited with bated breath. In fact, the people most worried were in fact Jian Wushuang and Du Bo, as their fate can be determined based on the result of this fight. Many people thought that the fight might last quite a while, but they were wrong. A few minutes into the fight, everyone felt a majestic sword will in the sky, then they saw a burning meteor falling straight down in their direction. Before most people could react, a boom sound enveloped everyone, then the earth started shaking. The meteor had landed not far from Falling Leaves City. A massive cloud of dust in the shape of a mushroom was formed in the place of the landing, then the ripples spread out. A massive impact traveled in all directions, and it destroyed everything on its path: mountains, rivers, and forests. Countless animals exploded into pools of blood. One of the waves headed in the direction of the Spirit Road trial participants. If this wave of impact hits Falling Leaves City, not to mention the participants, the entire city will be instantly destroyed. Of course, such things will never happen, not with true Monarch Xianxia here. As a Dao protector, how could he let his young master die by the impact of a fight? As such, he lightly waved his hand, and the waves disappeared. There were no fancy tricks, no spectacular visions, no powerful force, just a wave and everything returned to normal. In fact, it was not just the wave heading in the direction of the city that disappeared, but all of them, in every direction. This is the power of the Supreme. Compared to Saint, the difference is like an ant and a vast galaxy. Supreme Realm cultivators are the people closest to the Tao. After true Monarch Xianxia's wave of the hand, the cloud of dust had settled down. In the middle of it there lies Cult Elder Du-Ah, throwing up clots of blood, and his clothes filled with cuts. It became difficult to distinguish his skin with his blood. He struggled to get up, then took out a talisman from his space ring. He used his cultivation to activate it, then he and Du Bo instantly disappeared without a single trace. As for the other people he came with, he did not care for their life and death. A few breaths after he left, Jian-yi appeared. "Hey, run away really fast," muttered Jin. Then he walked over to the Dao opening sect side. He cupped his hands, slightly bowed. "Thank you, true Monarch, for taking action and protecting my disciple." "You do not need to thank me. I'm just doing my job to protect the young master. Nevertheless, I'd still like to express my gratitude." After saying this, Jian-yi looked over at Wang Wei. What a powerful soul. This kid is not simple, he thought to himself. "Young Master Wang Wei, tell your father for me that our battle is not over. One day, either me or my apprentice will avenge the shame of that year." While saying this, Wang Wei noticed a trace of shame and sadness in Jian-yi's eyes. Wang Wei saluted him and said, "Senior Jian-yi, I will tell him when I return to the sect." Jian-yi nodded, then wrapped Jian Wushuang with his origin essence, opened a space crack and left toward the Azure Dragon Eastern Continent to return to the sword-casting villa. Chapter 64. After Jian-yi and Jian Wushuang left, Wang Wei and the people in the Dao opening sect boarded the void boat and returned to their own domain. The journey back took longer as Wang Wei asked Great Elder Wang Fu to drive slowly instead of using the teleportation formation. Wang Wei spent all of his years inside of the sect without knowing what the outside world looks like. And when he returns, he will immediately start cultivating and won't have much time to leisurely sway about. And heaven knows how many years it will take before he has a chance to go out again. It was not just Wang Wei who felt the same way. Both Li Jun and Yan Liling and their newfound subordinate were enjoying the voyage back home. The void boat entered invisible mode while the entire group were observing all the places that they passed by. They watched the daily life of mortals and how it differs from cultivators. Mortals in this world should have abundant food due to the high amount of spiritual qi in the environment. Yet it is not the case. Most mortals barely have enough food to eat. One reason is due to the fact that they do not know how to properly cultivate the land. This knowledge is secretly in the hands of the nobility. However, even the so-called mortal nobility's way of cultivating the land is quite primitive. Another reason for the struggles of mortals is the fact they are extremely exploited by the kingdom they live in. In this world, there are two types of kingdoms or constitutional monarchy. The ones headed by mortals and the ones headed by cultivators like the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. In a cultivating monarchy, the lives of the people are actually quite good as their rulers need the people's livelihood and happiness to increase the dynasty's luck. As such, the ruling dynasties will ensure that its citizens are safe and have enough food, clothing, and some wealth. However, when it comes to mortal dynasties, ordinary people are usually extremely exploited. The kings of these dynasties only drained the resources of the land that they occupied. As for the people, well, in the eyes of the nobility, they are just a bunch of untouchables, and there are always countless more of them if one dies. Wang Wei shook his head when he saw all of this. True monarch Xianxia saw this and wanted to know what the young master was thinking, so he asked, "Young master, why did you shake your head?" Wang Wei was a little surprised by the sudden question, then he answered, "I'm just thinking about how wasteful us cultivators are and how backward our civilization is." "Oh," responded true monarch Xianxia with a little intrigue. "What do you mean, young master?" In fact, he was not the only one interested in this topic. Most of the people in the void boat wanted to hear what he had to say, and so they began to listen. As such, Wang Wei begins to explain his views. In my opinion, the most important thing to us cultivators is in fact population. Although 99% of mortals do not have what cultivators called a leakless body that allowed them to absorb spirit qi and transform it into blood qi and step into the body refining realm, the truth of the matter is that the majority of cultivators still came from ordinary people. Without a large population of mortals or ordinary people to choose from, the number of cultivators would exponentially decrease, thus also decreasing the overall strength of the entire myriad emperor world. The people contemplated Wang Wei's words and realized that he was right. Although only 1% of mortals have the talent to cultivate, with a population surpassing trillions, the number of cultivators is indeed quite large. "Big brother Wang Wei, what you said is indeed logical," said Li Jun, "but what does that have to do with us being wasteful?" This is the question that most people wanted to know. As such, Wang Wei continued to explain. "Look at the many fertile lands down there. Many of them are sitting there and left uncultivated. As for those who are used, the efficiency is terribly low. With abundant spiritual qi in the air, as long as the conditions are met, every mortal farmer can have more than one yield per season, thus increasing the amount of food that they have to eat and survive. Or even better yet, why not have cultivators use Waterwood's spell to help increase the yield in every farming land? Cultivators can do many things that seem extraordinary to mortals. Many things that would take an ordinary person months of hard work can be done in seconds by cultivators. With the vast amount of cultivated land and the power of cultivators, the amount of food available would dramatically increase. And with more food, the population of mortals will also rise, and with more people, there will also be more cultivators in the entire world. Then, this endless positive cycle will ensure the proper development of the entire myriad emperor world." After hearing Wang Wei's words, all the people in the boat gasped and looked at him like he was crazy. To them, the young master's words were actually quite blasphemous. For billions of years, the idea that cultivators are noble have been ingrained deep into their blood, into their soul. And yet, Wang Wei just suggested that mighty and noble cultivators do something as lowly as farming the land. To the majority of them, this is blasphemy at the highest level. Wang Wei looked at their facial expressions and could already guess their thoughts. However, he just sneered at their mode of thinking. In fact, if they paused and thought about it deeply, they would realize the deep connection between mortals and cultivators. Why do powerful cultivators in the Saint Realm have to go through mortal dust in order to break through into the Supreme Realm? That is because they have to return to their roots, return to the time when they were weak and vulnerable, and remind themselves that before they became the so-called noble cultivators, they were in fact once humble mortals. It is to remind them of their humble origins, then retain said mindset when facing the grandness and vastness of the Tao, the only truly noble existence in the universe. As a matter of fact, Supreme Elder Xianxia, as the only person who reached the Supreme Realm in this boat, knows all about the importance of mortals. As such, he was the only person who did not have such a big reaction to Wang Wei's words. However, he still felt that there were some problems with his statement. As such, he asked, "Young master, what you said is beautiful and all, but how do we deal with the inherent fear that mortals have of cultivators? Additionally, The concept of superiority of cultivators over mortals has existed for countless millennia in the world. How do you convince cultivators to go farming? By force? After saying that, Yen Chan shook his head and continued. Even a powerful dynasty like the Great Zhou would never ask the lowest body refining or divine sea realm cultivators to go farm for mortals. Wang Wei also shook his head and replied, "Force is never the answer. Cultivators are people that are selfish by nature, but with enough benefits, they can essentially do anything. If someone could establish a worldwide system in which cultivators were rewarded with things that they found irresistible or unattainable based on their positive karma towards mortals, forget farming, they would not hesitate to integrate into mortal society. They would become doctors, blacksmiths, morticians, and even guards. As for mortals' fear of cultivators, as long as they can help improve their lives and not easily kill them, their fears will eventually disappear." True Monarch Yen Chen and the other people became surprised again. This idea is indeed feasible, but what kind of things would attract cultivators for them to do such things? Yen Chen started thinking, but he could not find anything. Then he looked at the young master. From his facial expression, it seemed that he had thought about this problem for quite a while, and he may have some sort of plan already. Thinking about the possibility of such a thing becoming a reality, True Monarch Yen Chen's mood became agitated. Their Dao opening sect would reach unimaginable heights in the world in terms of prestige and glory. Furthermore, they would be the one that benefited the most from such a system. While everyone was marveling at the possible future described by Wang Wei, Yen Liling was the first to calm down and asked an important question. "Big brother Wang Wei, how do you deal with the problem of resources? With the increase in cultivators, the amount of resources used will also increase. It will be a matter of time before things like medicines, ores, and origin sources are all used by such a large number of cultivators." Yes, she was right. With the young master's plan, the consumption of resources will become a huge problem. Sooner or later, the entire world will not be able to support such a large amount of cultivators. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei smiled and looked up at the sky. Although it was daytime, you could still see some stars light up. The reason for that is because these stars are actually countless worlds of various sizes floating in the endless void. The majority of these worlds have life on them that have formed their own society, their own civilization. Wang Wei said, "I will not talk about the concept of renewable resources. In fact, there are countless ways to acquire the resources needed for our civilization to grow and flourish properly." "So, that's how it is," muttered Yen Liling, being one of the few people that actually understood Wang Wei's meaning. Chapter 65. Although the majority of people did not truly understand the conversation between Wang Wei and Yen Liling, they can still infer the fact that the young master has a solution to the question asked. All of them became excited at the future prospect described by the young master, especially the new subordinates of Li Jun. Throughout the Spirit Road trial, Li Jun has insisted many times that Wang Wei was their true boss. However, not all of them agree with this, even though they did not say anything. They have been serving Li Jun for a whole year. How could they just accept the fact that some random guy is their boss? However, now, although their minds have not changed, a seed of hope has been planted in their hearts. Maybe if they follow the young sect master, they could one day change the entire world, that their deeds will be forever recorded in the annals of history. While most of the crew was slowly losing their grip on reality, True Monarch Yen Chen warned Wang Wei, "Young master, you better not easily say these words in public until you reach a certain level of strength. The cultivation world has been stagnant for countless years, and that is because the majority of people want it like that. And some radical people will go through extreme length to maintain the current status quo." After saying this, he looked at the other crew members and continued, "That goes especially for all of you. If something goes wrong, the young master has the sect to protect him, but none of you have such ability. So, for your safety, better forget you ever heard any of this." After hearing the Supreme Elder's warning, the people nodded and swore to keep their mouths shut. In fact, True Monarch Yen Chen considered erasing the memories of the crew. However, Considering the fact that the young master's word has just brought a new level of cohesion to this group that has just been created, he did not do so. Wang Wei just smiled and nodded to Supreme Elder's Xianxia words. These words he just said were just random thoughts he had long ago after reading about the world from the library. He decided to turn them into plans only after seeing the situation with his own eyes. As such, Wang Wei knew that his plans had many flaws before being able to be executed. More importantly, without becoming a great emperor, all of the so-called plans are nothing but empty words. The voyage back home has been going on for a whole week. One day, Wang Wei decided to take a walk, so he asked Great Elder Wang Fu to stop the boat and went exploring on his own. Of course, Wang Wei could guess that true monarch Xianxia was secretly protecting him, but he did not say anything about it. With his current mortal strength, there are millions of things that can easily kill him. As such, he needed such protection. Wang Wei walked around a nearby village and enjoyed the sight of nature. There was a small forest full of planted trees, weeds of grass grew wildly in the outskirts of the town, the air in the atmosphere smelled sweet and gleeful, just like waking up to the sound of Grandma's home cooking on a Sunday morning after hours of work. At first the villagers were afraid of him due to his clean and expensive robe, but when they realized that he was the kind of person that is easy to talk to, they invited him into the village and even offered him the little food they had saved. Some bold aunties even presented their daughters in front of Wang Wei, asking him if he was interested in getting a new concubine. Wang Wei accepted their gratitude and stayed for 3 days in the village. On the 4th day, Wang Wei had a whim and decided to plant a tree near the village. After planting the seed, he watered it with spiritual water, which is just water that has spiritual qi in them, for the next 10 days. In the process, Wang Wei watched as the roots absorbed the spiritual water and firmly planted itself in the ground. Then the roots slowly start to grow high and tall. Wang Wei watched as this seed, under his care, grew up into the strongest and firmest tree in the entire area. He watched as the tree grew up able to withstand any wind and rain. He watched as the tree grew to be the tallest of trees in the entire village, able to shelter anyone who wishes from the sundering heat of the sun. Although Wang Wei only spent 10 days with this tree, he hoped that it survives the long years and keeps on growing, so that one day, if he came back, he will see it again. Before leaving the village, Wang Wei had Great Elder Wang Fu set up a feng shui formation deep underground of the village. The purpose of this formation is to bless the village with good luck and fortune. With this formation, the crops of this village will always be fruitful, the villagers will be healthy and live long lives. Additionally, the villagers will also be able to easily gather wealth without arousing the jealousy of other people. In general, it will be easier for them to find success and happiness in their future endeavors. After doing this, Wang Wei left the village and headed straight back to the sect through teleportation formation. After arriving home, Wang Wei was received by his mother Yu Yan, who almost smothered him with a hug. After releasing him, Sect Madame Yu Yan took a good look at him, then touched his face. "Why you have become so thin? And what is with all these scars all over your body?" After saying that, Yu Yan turned to Great Elder Wang Fu and said through clenched teeth, "Wang Fu, I thought you were supposed to protect your nephew. But look at him now, he's basically half dead." Great Elder Wang Fu became speechless, then said with a wry smile, "Sect Madam, there is nothing I can do once he enters the Spirit Road trial." Yu Yan just snorted at him and continued to ask his son if he was missing any limbs and needed to be healed immediately. Wang Wei smiled wryly too at his mother. He is 16 years old now, not counting the age from his past life. According to the standard of this world, he was technically an adult, yet his mother still treated him like a child. Thankfully, he was not the only one, as Li Jun was receiving the same treatment from his mother on the other side. Despite his embarrassment, Wang Wei did not mind his mother's behavior. In his past life, he did not enjoy the love of a mother as he was an orphan. Although later he was adopted by a family that treated him as if he was their own, it was not the same thing in the end. After a few minutes of scrutinizing every part of his body, Yu Yan and Wang Wei returned to the Wang family mountain, while Li Jun also returned to the Li family mountain. Yen Liling left with Great Elder Yen Mei in the direction of Punishment's Hall. As for true monarch Yen Qin, he returned to the Supreme Elder Cottage to discuss his concern towards the young master's mysterious soul and his ideas about the future he mentioned during the return trip. When he arrived home, Wang Wei met his father. Unlike Yu Yen, Wang Tian just patted his shoulder and asked, "Did you get everything?" Wang Wei nodded and handed over all the things he got from Ji Song to his father, including the formation rune body method. The sect master quickly scanned the contents, then said, Good. Be prepared, in a month, the sect will have everything prepared and you can begin." Wang Wei had a sigh of relief. After so many years of planning, everything will soon come to fruition. Then he suddenly asked, "What about Li Jun? His soul might not be able to survive the baptizement of the fragment of law." "You do not need to worry about Li Jun. The immortal venerable who woke a year ago donated some of his bloodline in order to help Li Jun survive and succeed." Wang Wei looked at his father in confusion. Although he could guess that the immortal was powerful, he did not know what his bloodline had to do with Li Jun's success rate. Seeing the look on his son's face, Wang Tian explained. The first emperor cultivated by the Li family was known as the Battle Maniac Emperor, and he cultivated the Tao of fighting. The immortal venerable who woke up this time was from the Li family. As such, his bloodline contained the power of the Battle Maniac Emperor. With it, Li Jun has a much higher chance of acquiring a special physique. Wang Wei then nodded in satisfaction. As long as Li Jun was all right, then it doesn't matter how things proceeded, only the result truly matters. After discussing with his father, Wang Wei had dinner with his family including his grandfather, then slept peacefully for the first time like a passed-out drunk. Chapter 66. The next day, Wang Wei woke up feeling fresh and alive. He took a deep breath, feeling a vast amount of spiritual qi entering his body and washing away all of his pain, worries and fatigue both physically and spiritually. A few minutes later, a maid knocked on the door signaling Wang Wei that his bath had been prepared. And so, he followed her to the washroom. Inside was a gold basin filled with very clear water. However, the water was shining brighter than polished diamonds. It also exudes an intoxicating scent that could attract lost travelers from thousands of miles away. "What is this?" asked Wang Wei, to which the maid answered. "Young master, this is holy spring water. With it, all the injuries and dark wounds you suffered during the Spirit Road trial will be healed as if nothing ever happened." Wang Wei looked at her and said, "I know this is holy spring water. I also know that this is a precious material used when making healing saint pills. I also know that even a sip of it is enough to save any dying cultivators in the void-shattering realm and lower. What I'm asking is why is it being used for me to shower?" The young maid lowered her head and explained. "Young master, it was the order of the sect, madam." Upon hearing this, Wang Wei's corner of the mouth started twitching. Although he knew that his mother could go a little overboard when it comes to him, he did not think that she would go that far. My father must be crying somewhere right about now and secretly cursing her for being too wasteful, thought Wang Wei. Meanwhile, the maid who saw that Wang Wei was not going into the bath immediately knelt down and cried, "Young master, please go into the bath, otherwise later I will get into trouble with the madam." Seeing her like this, Wang Wei sighed, then nodded to her. Then she got up and undressed him, then started to wash his back and hair. During his bath, Wang Wei watched as all the scars in his body vanished one by one. Additionally, he felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from his body. He became more light and nimble. The ache he felt sometimes on his back was gone. The holy spring water was truly a miracle. Wang Wei felt like he had just acquired a brand new body. It was like he was just a newborn baby taking its first breath in the world. After his bath, Wang Wei called Wang Ju to inform him of what important news he needed to know during the past year. It was through her that he knew that Ji Song had already recovered and is already in the body-refining realm's 6th layer. Although a little surprised, Wang Wei thought it was a normal thing considering the deep foundation of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. However, he also guessed that they must have paid a steep price to help him recover so quickly. After reading about Ji Song, he looked at other news of things that happened. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, Wang Ju, do you know the origins of Yen Liling? I've never heard of Great Elder Yen Mei having a niece. As such, Wang Ju explained. Yen Liling is the heir trained in the Yen family secret world. Secret world? Young master, each family in the sect has a secret world that houses the main bloodline. The secret world served as a backup plan to preserve the family bloodline in case something were to happen to the ones outside. It also served as a way to train an heir for the family outside in case their descendants are mediocre. For example, Li Jun is the rightful heir of the Li family, however he was about to be replaced due to his low talent. However, since the young master intervened and proved that Li Jun was worth training, he was accepted as the heir of the Li family. As for the Yen family, since Great Elder Yen Mei did not have children, one person was chosen from the countless children in the secret world. Oh, said Wang Wei, since Yen Liling became the Yen family's heir, she must be very talented. Indeed she is. She has an extremely terrifying talent for pill refining. Without starting cultivating, she can use earth fire to make top-grade profound tier pills. That is indeed a terrifying talent, said Wang Wei. Then he thought, no wonder in the Spirit Road trial she could identify all of these ancient pills by just smelling them despite the fact they were all rotten, expired, and even some of which were lost throughout history. Then Wang Wei asked, what about the Wang family? Do I have to pay attention to these people in the secret world? No need to worry, young master. With your talent and what you have accomplished in the past years, your status as heir is 100% guaranteed. Well, that's good. Anything else to report? Yes. The elders said that 1 month later, everything will be ready and you can begin. Wang Wei just nodded as his father already told him, so he motioned her to get back to her work and notified him if something important happened. 1 month later, Great Elder Wang Fu brought Wang Wei to a secret location by passing countless teleportation formations. He was quite dizzy with all of the teleportation and did not have a single clue to where he was. Wang Wei found himself in an extremely large room with countless upper echelons of the sect. He saw his father, grandfather, Dao Protector, Great Elder Li Jiang and Great Elder Yen Mei standing on the side waiting for him. Great Elder Li Jian of the Alchemy Hall was holding 2 bottles of pill as they were more precious than his life. Great Elder Yen Ji of the Formation Hall was helping someone setting countless formations in the entire room from the ground to the ceiling. They were everywhere. It turns out this woman called Li Fun was one of the supreme elders in charge of analyzing the information the sect got from Han Li's dissection. After they finished, Supreme Elder Li Fun excitedly motioned Wang Wei to come over and lay in the middle of the formation with his clothes off. After shamelessly being nude in a room full of people including women, Wang Wei just started to observe the formation around him. Then, with the help of Great Elder Yen Ji, Great Elder Qin Hua of the Talisman Hall and Great Elder Wang Fu of the Refining Hall started to paint divine rune all over Wang Wei's body. He recognized some of these runes are from the formation rune body, while the rest were unknown. They must have been modified to fit this occasion. After the runes were finished painted, Great Elder Li Jian approached Wang Wei and handed him 2 pills, then explained. This pill is the Vitality Protection Pill, which will protect vital parts of your body like hearts, brain, and organs. The second pill is the Soul Protection Pill, which will ensure that nothing happens to your soul in case of an accident. Wang Wei took the 2 pills and swallowed them. In only a few seconds, the pills dissipated from into his bloodstream and spread to all parts of his body. After everything was ready, another supreme elder who was responsible for Han Li appeared in front of Wang Wei holding a gray-white turtle shelf. His name was Xin Dong. What is this? He asked, to which true monarch Xin Dong responded. This is called the 8-trigram turtle shell. We borrowed it from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. I thought the sect was supposed to get a cultivation technique from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Since there was a better option, we went with it instead. This 8-trigram turtle shell is actually an immortal artifact that allows its user to summon the river of fate itself and peep into the fate or secret of myriad things. After saying that, true monarch Xin Dong looked at the artifact with admiration and a little greed in his eyes, then he continued. It was forged by a great emperor as reward to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion for helping her during her rise. And the pavilion used it as their luck-condensing treasure. If it was not due to the power of the Immortal Venerable, they would never allow us to borrow it so easily. Borrow? Asked Wang Wei. Yes, borrow. As in you eventually have to return it and more. Wang Wei could guess the gist of things. The sect must have made a deal with the Heaven Mystery Pavilion that he could use this treasure, and one day in the future, if he manages to prove the Tao, then he has to not only return it, but also pay off the karma of borrowing it. And if Wang Wei fails to become a great emperor, then the Tao opening sect will have to pay his debt off. Of course, that is if they want to. With the massive chi luck of the sect, they can ignore such little karma if they wish to. Chapter 67. Wang Wei looked at the 8 trigrams turtle shell, and realized that it is only a shell with 8 distinct symbols inscribed on top of them. Although he did not know the meaning of these symbols, he knew the ability of this shell, and Wang Wei was excited just because of this. When he finished looking it over, he handed it back to true Monarch Xin Dong, who placed the turtle shell in a specific place of the formation. Then he took out a mountain full of origin source as energy for the formation. After everything was ready, both true Monarch Xin Dong and Li Fen started the formation. The first thing to happen was that the turtle shell started to glow, then a gray and illusory river appeared in the middle of the room. It was the River of Fate. If you look closely, you will find that this river is actually made of countless pale gray-white strings entangled together. In the middle of the river, there lies a spinning wheel that keeps on creating thread, tangles them, and entangles them when necessary. All the people in the room marveled at this grand and mighty river. As they observe more, some of the more powerful ones begin to understand the machinations of the universe, how most people's lives are in fact destined from the moment of their birth. From the moment they were born, it was already determined how they will live their life, who they will meet, how they will get sick, and when they all die. When all the cultivators saw the River of Fate, they all asked the same question: am I in control of my own fate? Unfortunately, no one can give them the answer. In fact, the person who suffered the most was in fact Wang Wei. As soon as the River of Fate appeared, the divine rune on his body also activated. As such, he found himself blinding into the environment, then merging with the River of Fate. There, Wang Wei began to see the lives of countless mortals. He saw their birth, joy, sadness, sickness, hopelessness, sins, altruism, and death. There were millions upon millions of them. If it was not due to his powerful soul, his head might have exploded. However, despite not instantly dying with all the information cramming into his head, Wang Wei found himself in a dangerous situation. He was slowly merging with the lives of the countless people he saw. He started to forget who he was, where he came from, and what he was doing. In 1 second, he believed that he was a poor scholar studying hard every day to pass the imperial examination and provided his mother and wife with a better life. Another second, he was a public executioner who became numb in his life due to all the constant killing. Every night, he has to drink himself unconscious in order to zone out all the wailing from the people he killed. In just an instant, he lived through countless different lives, both young and old, both man and woman, both rich and poor. While Wang Wei was slowly merging with the River of Fate and was about to lose his identity, his very existence, he suddenly remembered something. While watching the lives of countless people in the River of Fate, he realized that he could not see or hear their thoughts. Suddenly, an idea came to Wang Wei's mind. Maybe only the mind, will, and spirit are the only things that can allow mortals to escape the shackles that fate has placed on them. Maybe fate is not as absolute as one would imagine. With an open mind, determined willpower, and strong enough dedication, one can escape the fate that heaven has imposed on them. As soon as he thought of these, a sudden clarity overcame him. Then he muttered, "My name is Wang Wei. I decided to cultivate with the sole purpose of one day being free from all societal restraints like good, evil, benevolence, sins, order, and chaos, or conceptual restraints such as life, death, body, soul, and karma. Ultimately, I want to be able to control my own fate." After saying this, Wang Wei woke up from his state of muddling haze, and all his memories returned to him. In fact, they became more vivid. He could remember every second of his life from both his lives. He could even remember what it was like in the wound of his mother. Suddenly, a memory caught his attention. It was after his birth back on Earth. There he saw his biological mother. She looks like him back on Earth, or is it the other way around? However, he noticed that she seemed very young. Wang Wei then heard a conversation that she had with the doctor. It turned out that the reason that she abandoned him was because she believed that she did not have the financial ability to raise a child properly. As such, she wanted to send him to an orphanage so that he could get the proper care he needed. Wang Wei sighed when he heard her. In the end, maybe he should be happy for the fact that she did not abort him and ensure that he was handed over to the authorities. Wang Wei continued to go through his memories one by one. Eventually, he realized that he could not remember what happened to him when he entered the white light after his soul had floated in the endless void for who knows how long. All his memories showed him was that he instantly became a baby after entering the light. As for what happened in between, he could not remember. It was as if there was a blank space in his memories. Since he could not discover such secrets, Wang Wei decided to move on as he was in the middle of something important. He reined in his scattered thoughts, then began to run the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra. Then the formation introduced a few fragments of fate law from the river of fate into the soul and body of Wang Wei. Wang Wei's body then began to evolve into a special physique. Although nothing seemed to have changed physically, Wang Wei could feel that his body was changing in a mysterious way. Of course, that was from the perspective of Wang Wei, who had his eyes closed to concentrate on running the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra. The other people inside the room watched as Wang Wei's hair began to turn gray. And it was not the gray-white of older people whose lifespans are about to come to an end, but gray just like the color of the river of fate. However, the process seemed terribly slow. As such, Wang Wei's grandfather motioned for the other people to add more origin source to the formation. With the addition of a few more mountains of origin source, the process greatly accelerated. Wang Wei began to absorb energy like he was a bottomless abyss. When all his hairs were about to turn gray, Great Li Jian took 2 pills and crushed them, then they were absorbed into Wang Wei's body. These 2 pills were refined by removing all the impurities and imprints left in the source blood taken from both Ji Song and Han Li. After absorbing the 2 pills, the process completed itself instantly. As such, Wang Wei opened his eyes, who had also turned from black to gray, and looked around the room with a look of confusion on his face. Every time the young master looked at a person, their hearts involuntarily shook as they could feel like someone was watching all of their secrets, all their hidden thoughts. As if their fates were being observed and judged. It took Wang Wei a few minutes to regain his bearings, then he sensed something and looked up at the ceiling. In fact, he was not the first person to sense it, as the 4 supreme elders already did and were discussing the situation. Heavenly tribulation? Asked Wang Wei's grandfather, Wang Chong. It seemed to be so, responded Supreme Elder Li Fun. What? Father, you mean that heavenly tribulation is coming for Wire? What should we do now? Calm down. How can you be a sect master if you panic in such a situation? Although we did not plan for this, this may not be a bad thing. If Wire can pass the tribulation, maybe there will be other benefits. Worst case scenario, we intervene and forcibly stop the tribulation. Everyone pondered Wang Chang's words, then they all nodded. So, they all looked at Wang Wei, asking him to decide whether he wanted to go through with it. To which, Wang Wei just nodded in acceptance without hesitation. Instead of staying here, we should probably take the young sect master to the Tribulation Peak, said Great Elder Yen Mei suddenly. This was indeed a good idea. As the name suggests, the Tribulation Peak is a mountain designed by the sect for disciples to go through heavenly tribulation. The mountain is refined to be strong enough to withstand most tribulations without destroying it, and it can also prevent the tribulations from spreading and harming other people. More importantly, the disciples can use their sect contribution points to activate the formation in the mountain to help pass their tribulations safely. Or they could use it to borrow powerful magical weapons to use as assistance. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei was teleported to the Tribulation Peak. He found himself in an empty arena with a single house at the edge of it. He walked inside the house where he saw all kinds of magical weapons, from cauldrons to pagodas, from spears to halberds. There were all kinds of them. Next to each weapon, there was the level of the weapon from profound tiers all the way to supreme tiers, and the amount of contribution points needed to borrow them. Wang Wei walked over and picked up a holy sword. It seemed that he did not need points to use any of these weapons. He then placed it back and took a token hanging on a shelf on the side of the room. A stream of information was sent into his mind, and he knew that this token was used to activate the formations in the mountain. It also contained the price to activate the formations. Wang Wei also placed it back. In fact, he could not use this token as he did not have any cultivation. Of course, he knew that if he reminded his father or grandpa, they would fix the problem for him. However, Wang Wei did not plan to use external aid in the first place. From what he read in the library, Wang Wei knew that tribulations were not designed to kill cultivators, but to test them and reward them if they are deemed worthy. So, every time a cultivator used external aid to pass heavenly tribulations, the reward they received would also diminish. As such, powerful cultivators rarely used external aid to pass tribulations. Wang Wei returned to the arena where he noticed an ominous group of clouds covering the mountain. It seemed to be gathering power. Wang Wei then sat cross-legged in the middle of the arena, waiting for the upcoming thunder tribulation. Few minutes later, a bright purple thunder descended from the sky and struck Wang Wei directly. He groaned due to intense pain. However, this was just the beginning. Soon, 7 more conservative thunder struck him after the first, each time intensifying the pain exponentially. By the 9th and last thunder, he had to clench his teeth real hard not to scream in agony. In fact, Wang Wei's real problem was not the pain, but his body that was slowly falling apart. As the thunder struck him one after another, his skins were burned, thus looking and smelling like burning charcoal. His heart almost stopped on many occasions due to disruption of electrical rhythm by the lightning. He even felt that his brain was about to be cooked. However, he still persisted until the last thunder strike. The last strike was different. For one, the pain and suffering it brought Wang Wei only lasted a few breaths, following which an unknown qi started to swim through his body and heal all of his injuries. His skin became smooth like jade, his heart beat regularly, and his brain seemed to become more active. Additionally, Wang Wei felt that something was added to him. No, something was gifted to him. And he was right. Soon after he passed the tribulation, massive amounts of purple qi and clouds enveloped the entire myriad emperor world. This was an auspicious sign that covered the entire world. After that, a gigantic scroll appeared in the sky with the word Heavenly Physique List written on the top. The moment that list appeared, all the cultivators in the world felt something, stopped what they were doing and looked in the sky. And they saw a list with names on it. Heavenly Physique List 1. Absolute Chaos Physique, Lin Fan 2. Heavy Axe Physique, Ji Song 3. 7 Emotions 6 Desires Physique, Su Ya 4. Fate Puppeteer Physique, Wang Wei 5. Yin Yang Eyes 6. 5 Elements Balance Physique, Zhen Bu. All the cultivators in the world were shocked by what they saw. Throughout the years, the Heavenly Physique list has remained the same and never changed. Some information suggests that this list existed since the Primordia era, and there have never been any record of it changing. And yet, today, some guy called Wang Wei managed to do so. All the cultivators in the world started to search for who this person was, and soon information about Wang Wei started to circulate in the hands of all the factions of the myriad emperor world. Years later, many people will label this day as the beginning of the glorious times of this generation's Heaven Mandate battle. Chapter 68. In the Enlightening Emperor Academy, Headmaster Bai Han looked at the Heavenly Physique list in the sky, then muttered, turning the acquired into innate. This young master of the Tao opening sect is not a simple role. Then, he began to worry whether the Tao opening sect had developed the secret to create or manufacture heavenly physique. His worry further increased when a few days later, the list changed again with Li Jun having the number 20 battle maniac physique. Although when it came to Li Jun, there was no auspicious sign nor did the heavenly physique list manifested in the sky, the people paying attention still noticed the quiet change that took place in the list. It was only after more than a month that there was no change in the list that they sighed in relief. In fact, their worries were unnecessary. How could Heavenly Tao leave such a loophole for the Tao opening sect to exploit? As such, after Li Jun was acknowledged and got his physique, the upper echelons of the sect received a notification from Heavenly Tao that they have one last chance to change the list again. After that, no matter what method they use, it will not work. Maybe the sect can use this method to cultivate acquired physique, but these people will not receive gifts from heaven. Of course, that is assuming that the sect could find people that can survive the process. Let's just say that Li Jun was lucky to receive the bloodline from the Immortal Venerable, otherwise, not mentioning acquiring a heavenly physique, he might not even survive with his soul and body intact. Meanwhile, in the Tao opening sect, more than a month had passed since Wang Wei got his heavenly physique. During this time, he was under observation to see whether there was anything wrong with him. After all, one can never be too careful. Right now, Wang Wei was sitting cross-legged on his newly built cultivation room inside the Wang family manor. He was holding a book named The Origin Path Scripture. In the first few pages of this book, there was a journal briefly describing the creator of this book and the significance it holds, and it was indeed a book with extraordinary origins. The first person to crown himself Great Emperor after the Void Era and started the Ancient Emperor Era was known as Emperor Qiyuan, and he was the ancestor of the Wang family and the creator of the Tao opening sect. According to the account of this book, Wang Wei's ancestor, who was previously called Wang Chishan, was one of the many lost cultivators in that period of time. After the Void Era, there was actually no cultivation technique or method. As such, every cultivator was in a race to create a new one, just like the race for the title of ancestor. However, this race happened way before the time of Emperor Haiyuan. Wang Chishan lived in that era, and he was also one of the heaven chosen trying to rebuild the cultivation civilization, and he indeed succeeded. Wang Chishan was a man of great luck. In one of his adventures in a secret realm, he acquired a treasure that allowed him to freely shuttle between worlds, whether it was the lower plane of the Myriad Emperor world or the worlds in other communities. While traveling in these worlds, Wang Chishan learned all kinds of cultivation methods. Whether it was martial arts, qi cultivation, battle qi, soul cultivation, or profound energy. After learning of these methods, Wang Chishan could have just brought them back to the Myriad Emperor world and spread them, or even just one of them. However, he was an ambitious man and decided to create his own system by combining all the other systems. With the help of his two sworn brother and sister, Li Ming and Yan Ai, he used martial arts and qi cultivation as the basics, then added a few other systems to create the Origin Path Scripture. Then, Wang Chishan spread his new origin system throughout the world, amassing a large amount of merits from heaven. With an overwhelming prestige, he proved the Tao and proclaimed himself Emperor Qiyuan. It is the reason that the sect he created is called Tao Opening Sect, because Emperor Qiyuan opened the Tao for all beings in the world. It is also the reason that the Tao Opening Sect can be considered the most powerful sect in the world. Not only can they be considered one of the oldest sects in existence, they have also gathered tremendous amounts of luck because of their ancestors. As long as cultivators continue to use this system, the luck of the sect will not be damaged. Wang Wei sighed at how lucky he was to be born in this powerful sect. As far as he is concerned, in his past life, he did not save the country. So how could he be so lucky? Wang Wei shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts. He then continued to learn from the Origin Path Scripture. In the past months, his father had explained a lot of the things he did not understand, so right now he was just doing revision to ensure safety. He closed the book after finishing, then he began to do a bunch of strange movements that looked like yoga while reciting a bunch of mantras. After repeating this action 3 times, Wang Wei suddenly felt the spiritual qi in the air enter his body and blend in with his blood, creating a form of energy. In the cultivator world, this is referred to as blood qi, and it is the sign of entering the body refining realm first layer. The blood qi felt like a part of Wang Wei's body, and he could control it like it was just another limb attached to his body. He gathered the blood qi in his body and threw a punch in the air. He could hear the sound of the air whistling during his punch. He frowned as he estimated that his punch had about 4,000 jin, 2,000 kilograms, of strength. This number is actually twice that of the typical 2,000 jin of regular cultivators, and this should be the result of his newly acquired physique. This number is quite good, especially compared to Han Li's 2,700 jin. However, compared with Ji Song's more than 3,000 jin of strength without cultivating blood qi, Wang Wei's number cannot be said to be heaven-defying. As such, he was not really satisfied. However, he soon stopped thinking about such meaningless things. He knew that the heavy axe physique would give Ji Song an advantage in the body-refining realm. However, the same cannot be said for the Divine Sea realm. In this realm, cultivator's strength is not determined by the number of jin. Furthermore, he still has the opportunity to make up the gap and exceed it as long as he successfully cultivates the ancient, desolate body-refining scripture. Soon, more than 6 months passed. Wang Wei had already reached the body-refining realm 9th layer. At this stage, he had about 36,000 jin, 18,000 kilograms, of strength. This was in fact very fast, as even heaven chosen of the caliber of Wang Wei will take at least 2 to 3 years to reach the 12th layer of the body-refining realm. And some will take more than 5 years in order to set a solid foundation for the future. Of course, the reason he was so fast is because of all the medicinal residue left in his body throughout all the years. All the milk he drank from the Saint Level 6 colored cow ever since he was a baby was for a reason. The reason that he stopped cultivating was because he realized that he needed a real challenge to temper himself. Half a month ago, he easily swept all the body-refining cultivators in the sect in a competition. It was quite boring due to how easy it was. However, he needed to do so to start establishing prestige in the sect for his future position as Sacred Son. But now, he needed a real challenge, and he knew where he could get one. That was the Battle Tower. This was a trial created by the Battle Maniac Emperor to train the fighting ability of the whole sect. In there, he left all his insights of the Tao of fighting from the body-refining realm all the way to the Great Emperor realm. Technically speaking, Wang Wei could use this trial even if he becomes an emperor. However, all great emperors are arrogant people who have cultivated their own Tao. As such, they would not be interested in someone else's Tao unless used as a reference. Most likely, the Battle Maniac Emperor left this level of the trial in order to find a way to fight with another great emperor, or for other people to become enlightened from his Tao. Wang Wei walked to the edge of the Wang clan mountain and jumped over. He free-felled until he reached a certain level, then used his blood qi to activate a talisman that allowed him to slow down his fall. Wang Wei landed on one of the giant chains that bind the floating mountain together, then headed in the direction of the battle tower. Whenever someone passed by, they would salute him as they recognized his identity. He would always respond back with a smile on his face. With his new gray hair and eyes, he became even more handsome. As such, his popularity with the female disciples in the sect has increased dramatically. Adding to that his polite and easygoing nature, he is the definition of a walking heart throb. Too bad Wang Ju is not here, otherwise she could just fly me there, muttered Wang Wei after finishing talking to a female disciple. Well, since she entered seclusion to break through the divine body realm, I guess I'm on my own for a while. Without noticing the passage of time, Wang Wei soon arrived at his destination. He looked at the more than 90 zhang tower with excitement. He can finally have a good fight. Chapter 69. Wang Wei looked at the 90 zhang tower for a while with awe, then he entered without hesitation. The battle tower was one of the few places in the sect that did not require contribution points. This rule was set in order to encourage disciples to train and hone their fighting skills. As the tower is divided into different difficulties, disciples are in fact rewarded with a certain amount of contribution points for passing a certain level. After entering the tower, Wang Wei found himself alone in a separate space in a fighting arena, and there was someone else waiting for him. He could tell that this person had the same ninth layer of body refining realm as him. He also knew that this person who looked exactly like a person was in fact a construct similar to puppets created by the battle tower. Wang Wei just looked at his opponent for a moment, then he rushed over to him. In just an instant, he traveled the more than 20 meters between them and threw a single punch. With just this one punch, Wang Wei gathered all his blood qi and more than 36,000 jin of force exploded in an instant, completely destroying the construct. After winning this battle, Wang Wei heard a voice saying, "Congratulations for passing the yellow difficulty level. Do you wish to proceed to the profound difficulty?" Wang Wei nodded and then, the broken construct vanished from the ground, replaced by 10 more. Looking at these 10 more body refining realm 9th layer constructs, Wang Wei began to get excited. He could tell that these opponents could work together like some sort of formation. Wang Wei rushed to the person closest to him and threw out a powerful punch again. However, things didn't go as easy as the first round. Once the construct received Wang Wei's punch, he managed to reduce most of the force by allowing it to travel to the ground through its body. Then, all 10 of them rushed together to attack. Wang Wei became excited after seeing this. He instantly entered his focus state and started to predict the movement of the construct and dodge their attack. He was very fast and only a few shadows can be seen as he dodged the attack of the 10 constructs. They came from everywhere, the front, back, in the air, and even from the ground. All 10 of them were in perfect harmony. However, Wang Wei was not reconciled to remain passive, so he attacked. Swish, swish. The sound of his fist traveling in the air could be heard as he repeatedly attacked. However, it was all useless. All the force of his attacks were redirected. Seeing that his attacks were not working, he changed tactics. He gathered all of his strength and threw another punch. This time it was not directed at the constructs, but at the ground. With more than 18,000 kilograms of force, the entire arena started shaking uncontrollably, including all the constructs. Wang Wei took advantage of the fact that they had lost their footing and rushed to one of them. He punched him with all of his strength. However, unlike previously, he did not allow the construct to redirect the force to the ground. The moment Wang Wei felt that his force was about to be redirected, he urged his blood qi to flow into his arm continuously like a river, thus forming another force to superpose on the previous one. That way, his punch can have more than 72,000 jin, 36,000 kilograms, of force, completely overwhelming the construct with strength only. With a bang, it shattered into thousands of pieces, unable to redirect the force of this punch. However, Wang Wei did not get off scot-free. The muscles in his arms were torn off, and the blood qi on his body got out of control for a few breaths. After calming his blood qi, he started to use it to nourish his broken muscles. In just a few minutes, he had mostly healed. Wang Wei was quite surprised by the outcome of this move that he made on the spot. However, the backlash was actually quite severe. He decided not to use this method easily, and maybe leave it as a trump card. While he was healing himself, the arena had stopped shaking and the constructs had regained their footing. However, one of their companions was still destroyed. Wang Wei looked at the remaining 9 constructs and decided to end this fight quickly. With a swish wound, he rushed to the nearest construct who went on the offense by throwing a punch. Wang Wei dodged the punch, then reached out his right hand to hold the head of the construct. Following a cracking sound, he crushed it. Afterward, he threw the destroyed construct on the ground like trash and rushed to his next target. He used all the muscles in his legs to increase his speed, leaving a shadow in his trail, instantly traveling more than 30 meters in a second. Instead of throwing a punch like usual, his hand opened and made a spear-like shape with his 5 fingers. He then mobilized his blood qi to strengthen his fingers and pierced the heart or core of the construct, ripping it out of its body. Just after piercing this construct, another one had already attacked Wang Wei with a high kick to his head. He did not dodge, but used his strength to hold the leg of the construct. He lifted him up in the air, slammed it to the ground with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Wei treated the construct like a child's playing doll and slammed it in the ground more than 5 times, effectively destroying it. However, he did not stop. Instead, he rushed to the remaining construct and used the one in his hand as a weapon to destroy others. He used the construct in his hand as a hammer, smashing all the remaining constructs. With this savage method, he passed the profound difficulty level. After the fight, Wang Wei stood there breathing heavy with a pale complexion. His blood qi had run out. Wang Wei looked down at his hand and clenched it. He could feel that his strength was reduced to nothing but a 1,000 jin without blood qi. He frowned and muttered, "My body is really weak." Without blood qi, cultivators in the body-refining realm are weakening exponentially. Wang Wei guessed that it might be the same with higher levels of cultivation. In the future, I should put more emphasis on the ancient desolate body-refining scripture. That way, if I encounter a situation where I could not use the qi in my body, I can still have sufficient battle strength, thought Wang Wei. Afterward, he sat cross-legged, took a sip of holy spring water from his space ring to heal his torn muscle, then took a blood qi recovering pill. Looking at the pill in his hand, Wang Wei suddenly realized that the origin path system created by his ancestor is somewhat similar to martial arts from his past life. In the body-refining and divine sea realm, cultivators cannot directly use or absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. They cannot even absorb spiritual qi from origin stone until they reach the divine altar realm. For example, now, in order for Wang Wei to replenish his blood qi, he has to take a pill. Even when cultivating, the yag-like pose he does and the mantras were to allow him to passively absorb spiritual qi from the environment. Wang Wei guessed that the reason his ancestor designed it like this was to lower the threshold for cultivating this system. As long as someone has a leakless body, a body that can hold energy, he or she can start cultivating the origin system. And in the process, the person can step by step build an affinity with spiritual energy and be able to properly sense it and control it by the time they enter the divine altar realm. Although the origin system is not all-encompassing like some martial arts system that can be used by anyone who has a body both weak or strong, it is more complete and more powerful in the later stages. No wonder the myriad emperor plane is so powerful, thought Wang Wei. With this origin system, the number of cultivators in the world would be terrible. As they fight and kill each other for the heaven mandate, the whole world in general or the entire civilization will advance or strive through battle and conflict. Suddenly Wang Wei realized the true nature of great emperors. An emperor is actually like a goo insect king. This world is like a giant cage raising poisonous gus. All the cultivators fight and kill each other, and the winner, Goo King, can have leadership over the others, can have ultimate power and freedom to leave the cage. If you are not the final winner, all that awaits you is death. Whether it is at the hand of the Goo King, or at the hand of other goo insects, or worse, due to sickness and old age. With the invention of the origin system, the world has created a perfect method to properly train powerful cultivators. Wang Wei guessed that the entire world might receive some sort of benefit or reward for training a great emperor. As for what it is, he cannot guess. Maybe one day, if he manages to sit on that throne, he will know the answer. After resting for 1 hour, Wang Wei recovered both his injury and blood qi. As such, he entered the earth difficulty in the battle tower. Chapter 70. In the earth trial, Wang Wei found himself in a jungle full of trees all around. However, the place he stood was flat and barren in a 100 meters diameter. He then started to marvel at this space. Wang Wei knew that every disciple who entered the tower would have its own trial. As such, he guessed that the battle maniac emperor must have used space law when creating the battle tower. After a few breaths, Wang Wei noticed more than 50 meters from him was a giant tiger. It was more than 5 meters in height and a length of more than 7 meters. It had luscious blue fur and tiny scales underneath. Wang Wei recognized that this was a Tier 1 demon called Blue Fur Scale Tiger. It was a demon with a low bloodline and known for its defense. Wang Wei carefully observed the tiger and started to review the knowledge he had learned about demons in the library. In this world, animals can gain sentience by cultivating and they are known as demon beasts. Unlike cultivators who use the origin system, They seem to have their own cultivation method that mainly relies on bloodline. The more powerful the bloodline, the more powerful a demon beast is. As such, they are classified in terms of tier, from Tier 1 to Tier 9, referring to body refining realm to supreme realm. There is no Tier 10, as that is the realm of the Great Emperor. Who dares to call an emperor a Tier 10 demon beast? The demon race can also fight for the heaven mandate. Throughout their history, they have cultivated many powerful demon emperors. While Wang Wei was observing the tiger, it was also observing him. His fierce eyes looked down on Wang Wei as if looking at a prey. His mouth opened, showing his long razor-sharp teeth, while saliva dripped down from its mouth. It has been in captivity for many years and has fought many weak cultivators. Once in a while, if he is lucky, he could kill some of the people he fought and eat them. He likes the flesh of cultivators the most. It is more chewy and tasty, although the portion is always small. Wang Wei suddenly felt a terrible killing intent from the tiger. He knew that some unlucky disciples would be killed in the Earth's difficulty level before they could admit defeat and be saved by the tower. He was not intimidated. On the contrary, his blood began to boil and he became more militant. Sometimes he wondered whether he had the fighting madman bloodline of the Li family. Well, considering the fact that the three families of the sect have intermarried countless times, it is not impossible for him to have some of the bloodline of the Li family. Removing the distracting thought from his mind, Wang Wei rushed to the tiger and punched him. More than 36,000 jin of force came out with the help of his blood qi. The blue fur-scale tiger was not going to be outdone by a puny human. He raised one of his paws and swatted Wang Wei like he was a fly. This trick usually works for these work cultivators. Unfortunately for this tiger, things did not go as he planned. Today he met his match. Wang Wei's punch hit the tiger paw. A bang sound was created when their strength collided. None of them had any reaction or move. Their strength was evenly matched. The tiger was surprised, while Wang Wei was excited. He finally found someone who can fight with him. As such, he did not stop. Bang, bang, bang. With each punch, the air trembled lightly, the ground under his feet cracked, and his blood began to boil. This is the fight he wished for. Head on, man to man, fist to fist, until one person was left standing. He rushed to the tiger and continued to punch it. With each attack, his muscles trembled with excitement, his heart started to race, and his adrenaline kept rushing to his head. While Wang Wei was having fun with this battle, the blue fur-scale tiger was furious. His pride was provoked as this tiny human had similar strength as him. The tiger rushed toward Wang Wei and used his teeth to attack instead of his claws. His massive teeth took a bite directly at Wang Wei, who woke from his state of excitement at the sudden attack. His first instinct was to punch the teeth of the tiger, but when he noticed his bleeding hand, he changed his mind and rolled in the ground to the side to evade. Then, he jumped backward more than 20 meters, effectively distancing himself from the tiger. It was at this moment that he noticed that his hands were bleeding with many deep cuts on them, his muscles were shredded and his bones were visible. It was as if a dog chewed on it like a toy. Then it dawned on Wang Wei how stupid his behavior just now was. With his weak body, how could he go toe-to-toe with a demon beast like the blue fur-scale tiger who is known for its defense and sharp claws? Although blood qi provided him with strength, speed, and endurance, the defense was quite ordinary. The reason for that is the fact blood qi can only be used inside the body, but not outside. As such, blood qi cannot be put on top of the skin as a form of protection. Only when cultivators break through to the divine sea realm and blood qi turn into origin qi will it have this ability. Realizing his mistake, Wang Wei decided to change tactics. However, he was not happy. He realized that his favorite fighting style is to fight head-on and punch his enemy to death. If one punch is not enough, then 2 punches. If that is not enough, continue punching until the enemy is either dead or incapacitated. His desire to cultivate the ancient desolate body refining scripture once again increased. Unfortunately, this scripture requires a cultivation at the divine altar realm when cultivator can freely use the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate. Wang Wei immediately opened his space ring, took out a bottle and poured a few drops of holy spring water on his trembling hand. In less than 5 seconds, they were back to normal. He then looked at the tiger with a fierce look, signifying how bad his current mood was. He rushed towards it, jumped more than 5 meters and kicked it in his eyes, going for a killing blow. However, the tiger seemed to have some fighting experience and closed his eyes, effectively nulling the attack with his powerful scale. The tiger then took advantage of Wang Wei being in the air and unable to move and attacked him with his paw. Wang Wei's mind moved quickly and came up with a solution. He used the tiger's eyelid as a leverage to somersault back in the ground, thus evading the attack. Without giving the tiger the time to make another move, he rushed to his side and punched again. This time he used his stacking method, thus effectively able to use more 72,000 Jin of force. However, to his horror, his most powerful attack did not have much effect. Both the fur and scale of the tiger have very powerful defense abilities. As such, his attack did not manage to injure anyone except for his own hand. Before Wang Wei had thought about his next tactic, he heard the sound of wind whistling on his right side. When he turned his head, he saw the tail of the tiger quickly approaching him. He instinctively raised both his arms and gathered all of his blood qi in them to defend himself. With a bang sound, Wang Wei flew more than 100 meters, hitting countless trees in the forest before hitting the floor. There was a straight road of destroyed trees in that path that he flew. After a few seconds, Wang Wei got up from the floor and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Although his blood qi managed to block the majority of the force, some of it reached his internal organs. "I was careless," muttered Wang Wei before getting up from the floor, with dirt and dust all over his silk robe. His white teeth had turned red. In fact, it was not totally his fault this time. He was so used to fighting humans that he forgot that demons were different. Some of them have tails and are extensions of their body, as such can be used as weapons. Wang Wei started to check his organs with his blood qi. He then judged that his injuries were in the medium to low category. Wait, thought Wang Wei, organ. Force, inside. Suddenly, he had an idea on how to crack this tiger's defense and pass the earth level difficulty. He took a deep breath to adjust his condition and looked at the tiger that was rushing towards him. He ran towards him, making it look like he was going to go toe-to-toe with him. When the tiger pounced on Wang Wei with 2 of his front paws, he waited for the perfect timing to roll forward in the ground, placing himself right under the belly of the tiger. Wang Wei then gathered all of his strength and punched his belly. However, this punch was different from the others. Instead of allowing all of his 36,000 Jin of force to spread it out like it usually does, Wang Wei used his blood qi to manipulate all his bones and muscle in his body to focus all the force of his punch in one point, before exploding. This punch did not make any extraordinary sound except for the dull thumping of Wang Wei's fist hitting the scale of the demonic tiger. Soon afterward, the tiger landed and turned around looking at Wang Wei with fear and reluctance in his eyes. After a few breaths, his mouth, nose, ears, and every pore on his body started bleeding, then he dropped on the ground, dying before even hitting the floor. If anyone were to dissect the tiger, they would find that most of his internal organs, whether it was heart, lungs, kidney, or stomach, has turned into mush. This was a truly brutal way to die. After passing the earth difficulty level, Wang Wei spent another hour to heal and recuperate. Then, he spent another hour before passing the heaven level difficulty. This was due to the fact that he had to fight more than 5 blue fur scale tigers. Outside of the battle tower, Wang Wei stood there with broken clothes showing his 8-pack abdominal muscles, and his scattered and disheveled long gray hair rested on his back. He was pondering the experience in the tower. He was very happy that he decided to come here. His battle experience grew rapidly and he managed to consolidate his rapid cultivation rise through life and death fights. The blue fur scale tiger was a worthy opponent. He now realized why demonic beasts were used for both the earth and heaven level difficulty. Demonic beasts are inherently more powerful than humans in the early stage of cultivation with their strong body and ability to manipulate spiritual qi even in Tier 1. Of course, the latter facts only apply to demons who have at least medium-level bloodline. However, despite this fact, the myriad emperor world is without a doubt ruled by humans. This can be proven by the fact that all the powerful emperor lineage of the demon race were forced to live in the northern Black Tortoise continent, the continent with the least amount of spiritual qi. To Wang Wei, the demonic race are losers. With such an overwhelming advantage, they were still overthrown by humans. This was the epitome of wasting a God-given talent. After despising the demon race, returned to his family mountain and rested. The next day, Wang Wei was in his cultivating room reading the Origin Path scripture, again on how to break through to the 10th to 12th layer of the body refining realm. The majority of the cultivators in the world think that body refining realm has only 9 layers, but it is not true. The way to break through to the last 3 layers has been kept secret in the hands of powerful factions. And each faction can reach a different level of body refining. For example, only saint-level cultivation methods can reach the 10th layer of the body refining realm. Supreme tier cultivation method can reach the 11th layer, while only Emperor Scripture can reach the 12th layer of the body refining realm. If a faction has a saint cultivator and a saint-level cultivation technique, then they will be referred to as Holy Land, and if it has a true monarch with a supreme tier method, they will be called Supreme Land. And so on. This is where the Origin Path scripture have an advantage over all other Emperor Scripture. It is the only method that allows cultivators to perfectly enter the 12th layer of body refining realm. All other Emperor Scriptures will use other methods such as pills, formation, secret method, or force to break through the 12th layer, while the process of the Origin Path scripture is smooth with a perfect foundation. For this reason, throughout history, many great emperors have been interested in this scripture. Fortunately, they did not dare to mess with the Tao opening sect. With the new yoga movements and mantras, Wang Wei spent another 6 months cultivating the 12th layer body refining realm. As long as he consolidates his foundation for another 6 months, he can break through to the divine sea realm. However, one day, a sudden thought came to Wang Wei's mind. Why are there only 12 layers? Why not 13? As soon as this idea came to his mind, he could not get rid of it. As such, he decided to try. However, he failed. Wang Wei was not surprised nor discouraged by this. This was expected. He guessed that he was not the first person in history to have such a crazy idea. However, he did not give up. Instead, he tried to figure out the reason for his failure. The body refining realm is essentially gathering energy in your body to evolve. Each time you break through a layer, it feels like a weight or shackle has been lifted from the body. However, Wang Wei discovered that the 12th layer was the last breakable shackles in the body. If someone tries to go further, he will find an unbreakable wall in front of them. Wang Wei was not reconciled. As such, he went to the library and asked Great Elder Fan Lei if there was any information about it, and there was. In one journal, Wang Wei learned that someone had the same idea as him, but also failed. However, the guy did leave some useful information. According to the journal, certain numbers such as 9, 12, 36, 50, 72, and so on represent the extreme of heavenly Tao. Once a person or things reach such extremes, heaven will place limits on them. The person believed that is one of the reasons that the Tao opening sect could not cultivate another emperor despite all the methods and resources used. It is also the reason that cultivators cannot reach the 13th layer of the body refining realm. Chapter 71. The journal did not stop there and had many bold ideas and theories. For example, the author theorized that great emperors as beings that have escaped the shackles or restraint of heaven may be able to break through to the body refining realm 13th layer. However, by that time, it was too late. Or to be precise, it is meaningless. Great emperors are at an entirely different level of existence. Even if one was willing to give up their cultivation and restart over, the benefit that they would receive is quite minuscule as their foundation has already been set. Additionally, if an emperor helped another person to achieve the body refining realm 13th layer, it would also be detrimental. The author of the journal theorized that the process of breaking the barrier of the 13th layer would most likely be a baptizement of the will, soul, state of mind, and Tao heart. It is a process of defying heaven, of going beyond the limits of perfection. It is the process of reaching transcendent perfection. If someone else were to help you achieve this process, then all you would have is the power without the state of mind or will. Of course, many people would still be willing to just have the power if given the chance. After reading the information in the library, Wang Wei was shocked. He did not expect that an idea he had on a whim would have so many implications. However, he became more determined to succeed. Upon returning to his mountain, Wang Wei spent the next month thinking about how to break the barrier of the 13th layer. In the past month, he barely ate or washed himself. If it was not for the fact that his cultivation prevented his body from smelling weird and musty, heaven knows what he would look like after this month. As for food, he mainly consumed pills to sustain himself. When his mother found him after a month, she wondered who was this beggar that had intruded into his son's cultivation room. When Yu Yan realized that the beggar-looking person was in fact her son, she was scared, wondering if something had gone wrong during his cultivation. She worried that her son had gone through qi deviation while cultivating. In fact, nothing was wrong with him. On the contrary, he was better than all right. In the past month, he had developed a feasible idea on how to break through to the body-refining realm 13th layer. In fact, the answer to the problem is actually very simple. As long as blood qi is powerful enough, it can of course break that barrier. The problem to solve is how to make blood qi so powerful. Wang Wei as a transmigrator never lacked imagination or crazy ideas, and he has the guts to try them. Wang Wei's first step in solving the problem is origin qi that divine sea realm cultivators have. After analyzing the Origin Path Sutra, he realized that origin qi is essentially a highly compressed or liquefied blood qi mixed with soul power. Wang Wei believed that if he can create a method to revert origin qi back to blood qi while keeping the strength and purity of origin qi, then his blood qi will reach the quality needed to break the barrier. However, the purity and quality is not enough to accomplish such a task. Quantity is also necessary. As for how to solve this problem, Wang Wei's idea came from the journal he read in the library. It was the idea of an emperor recultivate from the body-refining realm. Wang Wei believed that if he cultivated the body-refining realm more than once but also retained the strength of his blood qi from the previous try, his blood qi would become immensely powerful. For example, now at the body-refining realm 12th layer, Wang Wei has 48,000 jin, 24,000 kilograms, of force. However, with this method, when he starts cultivating the second time, he will have 48,000 jin of force at the body-refining realm 1st layer. The cycle will continue until he reaches the standard to break that barrier. After having a clear plan, Wang Wei washed himself and took a mind-soothing pill to relax his nerves and sleep peacefully. The next day, Wang Wei made an application to his father to provide him with enlightening tea. As the name suggests, this tea allows cultivators to enter a state of enlightenment, which would dramatically increase their comprehension. This thing is very precious. Even with his status, Wang Wei has to ask to give access to it. When Wang Tian received the request from his son, he was quite surprised. He knows that his son is a truly terrifying genius when it comes to comprehension. When he was only 3 years old, he could easily understand a bunch of esoteric scriptures. In order to prepare to have his own heavenly physique, he studied runes for countless years with great elder Wang Fu, Li Jian, Qin Hua, and Yan Ji. Not only could he easily understand basic runes, he could also modify and optimize many of them. The only reason he did not study higher level was the fact that he needed to have a certain cultivation level just to study these runes. Additionally, his status of demonic genius was further proven when he created the E10,000 things adapt to one sutra. This is a technique that can essentially change an ordinary person into a genius. And what Secretary Master Wang Tian liked most about his son are his random and crazy ideas. Now that his son asked for enlightening tea, it's most likely that he had another crazy idea and needed some help to achieve it. After thinking about this, Wang Tian left Tianwei Peak and returned to the family mountain to see his son. Then Wang Wei explained his idea to his father. Wang Tian looked at his son with a dumbfounded look. He knew that his son had many crazy ideas, but he did not know that he was this crazy. And what surprised him the most was the fact that his son has a high chance of succeeding. So, he agreed to give him the tea. With the enlightenment tea, Wang Wei spent another 6 months in seclusion. As a result, he created a technique that he called the 9 Nirvana blood qi. When he exited his cultivating chamber, Wang Wei saw both his father and grandfather waiting for him. He could see a look of excitement and expectation deep in their eyes. Isn't it just a cultivation method? Why are they acting like this? Thought Wang Wei. Without waiting for them to ask, he handed a paper to them that described his new method. The two of them basically pulled the paper from Wang Wei's hand and started reading. The more they read, the more excited they became. After finishing, Wang Chang muttered, "We have hope." And Wang Tian nodded his head in agreement. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at them in confusion. However, they seemed not willing to explain. Wang Tian looked at his son and asked, "What do you need to properly cultivate this technique?" "I need pills to strengthen my body, and access to the calcify milk cave." "No problem, here is the sect master token. With it, you can go deep inside the cave." After saying this, both Wang Tian and Wang Chang left, but Wang Wei could still see a smile on the corner of their mouth. Wang Wei guessed that there was something that his parents did not tell him, and maybe his technique had bigger ramifications than he thought. However, right now, he was not in the mood or state to think about this kind of thing. His mind was exhausted, and he needed to get some rest before doing anything else. As such, Wang Wei took more than half a month to adjust his state before heading to the calcify milk cave. This time, he decided to hide his identity to be able to blend in and see what the life of other disciples is like. After taking a face-changing pill, he turned into a completely different person. Even his hair and eyes changed back from gray to black. On the way to the cave, he listened to the conversion of the disciples. "Senior brother, are you going to cultivate in the calcify milk cave?" "Yes. I had to hunt more than 50 tier 3, divine altar, demonic beasts in order to have enough contribution to spend 1 hour in the outer layer of the cave." "Oh, you're still lucky, senior brother. As an inner disciple, you have the right to enter the calcify milk cave. 1 hour cultivating in there is equal to more than 3 months outside." "Junior brother, that is nothing. Core disciples can cultivate in the inner layer of the cave. There, 1 hour is equal to 6 months outside. Not to mention the contemporary sacred sun. I heard that every time they are about to break through a realm, they will receive a few drops of milk from deep into the cave." "Senior brother, what is this milk you talk about? You do not know?" "All right, it has not been long since junior brother entered the sect. The milk is actually spiritual energy that has been liquefied, then compressed underground for countless years. I heard from another senior brother that the calcify milk cave was created by Emperor Qiyuan. As such, the milk has been compressing in the sect for millions upon millions of years. If I had such a thing, my cultivation would not be so slow. Work hard, little junior brother. Maybe one day, you will also become a contemporary sacred son." Soon, Wang Wei arrived at his destination. He handed his father's token to the elder guarding the entrance, and headed straight deep into the cave. Chapter 72. Deep inside the cave, Wang Wei took a deep breath. He could feel the vast spiritual qi washing his body. He did not have to sense spiritual qi, interact with it, or control it. Just by breathing, the spiritual qi will enter his body, slowly nourishing it. Wang Wei looked down at the lake in front of him. There was a liquid lying inside. It was milky white and sparkling. He could see why it was called milk by the sect. However, Wang Wei could only look without touching. With his cultivation level, he would immediately explode if he drank even a single drop. Only people breaking through the supernatural realm can drink this thing, and at most 1 or 2 drops. Wang Wei moved his eyes from the milk to get rid of the temptations. He only came deep in this cave because he needed the vast amount of spiritual qi to cultivate his 9 nirvana blood qi. As such, he found a place next to the lake and sat cross-legged, starting to meditate to enter the best state before beginning. Wang Wei never does anything rashly. The first step to cultivate the 9 Nirvana blood chi is actually to break through to the divine sea realm and reach the peak of ocean of origin. Wang Wei concentrates all of his blood chi above his navel, where his dantian is located. After concentrating all the blood chi, he recited the mantra from the Origin Path Sutra. Boom! Wang Wei heard an exploding sound, then he could see a drop of liquid in his dantian. He knew that his divine sea was opened. As such, he continued to liquefy his blood chi and turn it into origin chi. Right now, Wang Wei has entered the first stage of the divine sea realm, the Lake of Origin. Just like the name, his origin was vast as a lake. It could travel smoothly to all parts of his body, even his skin. After making his breakthrough, he started to check his divine sea. According to the Origin Path Sutra, his divine sea should be purple, but it was gray instead, just like his hair. Wang Wei guesses that it was probably due his fate puppeteer physique. After checking that everything was okay, Wang Wei continued to cultivate. In just half a month, he cultivated the second stage of the divine sea realm, the River of Origin. After another month, he had reached the Ocean of Origin, which is the last stage of the divine sea realm. In fact, with the rapid rise of cultivation, Wang Wei's foundation was quite weak. However, he knew that he had to repeat the process of cultivating more than 9 times. During the process, he will strengthen his foundation to a horrible level. As such, he was not so worried. After reaching the peak of the divine sea realm, Wang Wei began to cultivate his own 9 Nirvana blood chi, trying to revert origin chi back into blood chi. And how did he accomplish that? Simple, by exploding his divine sea and returning it to the state it was before he broke through, a state similar to the seed of an unopened small world. Meanwhile, Wang Wei also has to guide all the origin chi to nourish his body instead of ravaging it after the explosion. The process took longer than anticipated. It took him more than 3 months. However, he did succeed. Wang Wei stood up, threw a punch with all his blood chi, determining that he had about 48,000 gene of force. However, he was now in the first layer of the body refining realm. Wang Wei could not stop laughing. Then he spent less than half an hour punching the air before the little amount of blood chi he had ran out. He took some time to meditate before taking a few body strengthening pills. In order for his body to be able to hold such pure and powerful blood chi, it needs to be stronger. Otherwise, he could not continue his cultivation of the 9 Nirvana blood chi. After seeing the effect of the pills, Wang Wei continued to cultivate. In a blink of an eye, 3 years passed by quickly. Wang Wei never left the calcify milk cave, but only cultivated inside. In the past 3 years he had managed to go through all 9 nirvanas of the 9 Nirvana blood chi. As such, he had cultivated to the peak of the divine sea realm and back more than 9 times. Right now, he was in the 12th layer of the body refining realm, and his blood chi had a force of more than 400,000 gene, 200,000 kilograms. With this strength, he could probably fight against cultivators in the divine altar realm. After running the blood chi throughout his body, he was ready to attack the 13th layer, and he had a feeling that he would succeed. However, just when he was about to hit that barrier, Wang Wei's intuition kicked in again. A feeling of deep dread overwhelmed him, warning him that there would be dire consequences if he broke that barrier. Wang Wei had always believed his intuition, so he took the warning seriously. However, he was not about to give up so easily. Reaching the 13th layer of the body refining realm is not just about cultivating for him, nor about achieving something that other people had never done before. For Wang Wei, it is about his pursuit. As a person who desires to be free and unfettered, to eventually control his fate, how could he allow people to place shackles on himself? Even if it is heaven itself. To Wang Wei, the only person allowed to place limits on himself is only himself. And that is only if he wished it to be so. So, no matter what, he must break through to the 13th layer. After his intuition warned him of the coming danger, Wang Wei took out a talisman and notified his father. By the time he exited the cave, both his father and grandfather were waiting for him. "What's wrong, Wire? Did you fail?" hurriedly asked the sect master. "No, father. However, right when I was about to succeed, I felt a warning of extreme danger. That's why I called you." Upon hearing this, Wang Tian started thinking. He did not take his son's word lightly, as he knew cultivators can sometimes sense dangers ahead of time. After thinking for a while, Wang Tian started to use his finger to calculate the secrets of heaven. As Saint Realm Powerhouse, he has his own way to know the ways of heaven. Although he is not as good as people specialized in divination like the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, he is skilled enough to know certain things when needed. However, Wang Tian could not find the reason for the threat on his son. As such, he looked at his father. Maybe with his cultivation level of supreme, he could find the answer. Wang Chang also started calculating the secrets of heaven after his son failed. After a few minutes, his face became ugly, and he said with gritted teeth, "Divine punishment." Wang Tian's face changed when he heard these words. "Father, are you saying that Heavenly Tao will release divine punishment to prevent Wang Wei from reaching the 13th layer of the body refining realm?" Wang Chang just nodded. Wang Tian took a deep breath, then his face changed and became fierce. A supreme sword intent radiated from his eyes, followed by a terrifying killing intent. "Father, go call the other supreme elders. I will call all the Saint Realm cultivators available in the sect. The whole sect will enter lockdown, and then we will open the Emperor formation. Be prepared to wake up both the Emperor artifacts and the Immortal venerables. I want to see who dares to stop my son." Wang Wei looked at his father in shock. This was the first time he had seen him so fierce, aggressive, and majestic. It was at this moment that he recalled that his father was actually a very famous heaven chosen in his generation. He had heard many rumors about his legendary exploits. It's just that, every day Wang Wei saw him as a loving and smiling father that is usually controlled by his wife. In the family, if you had to ask who had the least amount of authority, it would be his father without a doubt. Wang Wei sighed and refused to admit that he secretly worshipped his father. He would never admit that he worshipped the guy that kept begging his wife to sleep in the main bedroom when he did something wrong. Suddenly, Wang Wei thought of something, and he whispered something in his father's ears. Immediately, Wang Tian's eyes lit up, and he nodded. After Wang Tian's order, the whole Dao opening sect started moving. All the disciples returned to their home and closed the door. 9 supreme elders including Wang Chang came out of the cottage, and about 36 Saint Realm cultivators also came. Wang Wei managed to recognize a few people like Great Elder Yan Mei, Li Jiang, Wang Fu, and all the people who helped when acquired his heavenly physique. Even his mother Yu Yen was there. Wang Wei was not surprised by this. Of all the saint presents, beside his father, I doubt any of the others could actually win her in a fight. And when it comes to scheming, all the people of the sect combined might not be a match for her. Among the 36 saints, Great Elder Longbow was also there. A few minutes ago, he heard about the sect master's call. At first he was not planning to go, however, one of his close advisors provided him with an excellent idea. So, he showed up to have the opportunity to execute it. Chapter 73. Under Sect Masters Wang Tian's order, the whole sect began to mobilize. All the disciples returned to their cultivating mountains. All the supreme elders, great elders, and elders stood in different positions to activate the Emperor formation. A beam of energy came from all the mountains in the sect heading straight into the sky, then they connected together. Following which, countless interlocking runes formed a dome-like shape at the intersection of points of energy that covered all the floating and non-floating mountains of the sect. The formation essentially covered the entire Dao opening sect. After everything was ready, Wang Tian motioned his son that he could begin, and Wang Wei did so. After sitting cross-legged in the floor, he adjusted his state in just a few minutes, then began to attack the 13th layer barrier. The first assault did not do anything to the barrier, however, Wang Wei did not stop. He continued to gather all his blood qi to attack it. On his 51st attempt, a crack finally appeared on the barrier. As soon as the crack appeared, vast ominous clouds manifested on top of the sect. One could tell that these dark clouds were brewing something dangerous. All the faces of the upper echelons of the sect changed. Although the sect master warned them that divine punishment was coming, all of them thought it was just the sect master being overprotective of his son. What is divine punishment? That is thunder used solely to punish great emperors. That's right, divine punishment thunder exists solely for the purpose of killing or punishing great emperors. Throughout the history of the myriad emperor world, there have been countless emperors who are not so friendly to their homeland or emperors who have accomplished certain tasks that the world would be considered quite detrimental to itself. And with their devastating power, they could essentially destroy the world if given them enough time. As such, Heavenly Tao developed a mechanism to either kill, warn, or punish these emperors. Sometimes, divine punishment will succeed, but other times, it will fail catastrophically. It all depends on how strong the emperor is after all. However, no matter how weak an emperor is, it will still be the most powerful being in the entire plane. As such, the level of divine punishment thunder can be imagined. Upon seeing the dark clouds that were spreading throughout the entire domain that the Tao opening sect occupied, Sect Master Wang Tian's face became more serious. Opened 2 more emperor formations, he yelled towards Great Elder Yanji of the formation hall. Wang Tian did not want to leave anything to chance. After his order, more energy beams came out of the mountains and 2 more layers of formations were added to the original dome-shaped protection. All the true monarchs and saints pour their origin essence into the formation to maximize its effect. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was already on his 123rd attack on the 13th layer barrier. Although there were many more cracks on it, it was still far from being destroyed. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt a life or death danger on top of his head. His eyes opened and looked in the sky, seeing a 10,000 meters long black thunder bolt dropped from the sky. From that bolt, Wang Wei felt the power to annihilate everything including all matter, energy, time and space. Anything that stood in the way of this thunder would have only one fate waiting for them: annihilation. A feeling of dread suddenly intruded deep into Wang Wei's mind, telling him that he is insignificant in the face of the wrath of heaven. That he should give up on his endeavor, otherwise, all he knows and comes to love will come to an end. And the feeling did not stop there. It kept increasing as it wished to devour all of his mind and soul, wanting him to kneel down and acknowledge the errors of his way. Wang Wei found himself slowly fading away, slowly succumbing to this feeling. He knew that as long as he stopped and gave up, everything would end. He did not have to suffer. Suddenly, Wang Wei found himself in an imaginary space, half kneeling in the ground with a gigantic eye looking down on him from above. The eye gave off a vast and supreme feeling, like all things in existence are just tiny ants in front of it, like he was the noblest of existence and everything and everyone should bow to it. Maybe I should just give up, thought Wang Wei after seeing the mighty power of that eye. After all, I have already tried my best. It's okay to just give up now, or maybe I can just try again later when I'm more powerful. After thinking about this, Wang Wei decided to finally kneel and give up. However, just when his right knee was about to hit the floor, a memory suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the memory of the 9th pagoda trial. This gigantic eye reminded him of the gigantic hand that he had to face. They had the same pride and conceit that all things are below them, that they can determine the life or death of everything and anyone. After thinking about this, Wang Wei suddenly became angry. He did not concede to the gigantic hand. Why would he concede to this eye? Suddenly, the image or shadow of the young emperor appeared in the back of Wang Wei. This time, it was quite different. It had gray hair and eyes like Wang Wei. He was sitting on a multicolored throne with countless gray strings attached to his hand. Each string signified the fate of a person, and the shadow was in control of these strings. Suddenly, the young emperor image stood up from his throne, looked at the gigantic eye, and roared, "Who dares to stop me from pursuing my own way?" The roar shook the entire imaginary space, then the space started to tremble, then cracked all over before being destroyed in a massive explosion. The eye in the sky let out an unwilling roar. However, even it could not withstand the power of the roar that could shake the heavens, install fear in the devil, and make gods kneel. Following which, Wang Wei woke up from the imaginary space with a look of fear in his face. He knew that imaginary space was not just an illusion, but someone or something was trying to affect his will. If he knelt down in that space, then he would never be able to break that barrier in his life. For the rest of his life, he would live with a bound and shackled mind. Wang Wei secretly praised himself and the elders for creating the pagoda trials. "Wire, this is not the time to be distracted." Wang Wei heard someone talking to him. However, it took him a few seconds to understand the words spoken and realized that it was his father talking to him. After which, he nodded, then continued to attack the barrier with a newfound determination unlike previously. No one can stop his pursuit of being free and unfettered. Meanwhile, while the Tao opening sect was fighting the divine punishment, all the powerful sects in the world were shocked. They all looked in the direction of the sect. Countless visions from all over the world penetrated the vast space and distance to observe the Tao opening sect. They saw how divine punishment thunder kept dropping from the sky and even how 3 emperor formations was used by the sect. They all wonder what the Tao opening sect did to offend heaven that they had to suffer such punishment. All the enemies of the sect wished that it would be destroyed by heaven, or at the very least, their foundations are severely injured. As such, the whole world was paying attention to the most powerful sect of the world. Soon, 6 days passed. The divine punishment thunder did not stop falling for the past few days. On the contrary, it became more fierce. Instead of thunderbolts, powerful demonic beasts like dragons, phoenixes, and chilants made of black thunder started falling on the sect. Sect Master Wang Tian had to add another 2 emperor formations to the sect in order to protect Wang Wei. The consumption of origin source needed to keep all 5 formations working for 6 days was astronomical. However, whether it was all the 36 saints or 9 supremes, did not mind or complain. On the contrary, they became more excited as time passed by and the chance of Wang Wei succeeding kept increasing. Meanwhile, all the 9 supremes were talking through divine sense. "There is still hope for us," said Wang Cheng. "Yes. 9 is an extreme number and a limit. Due to the heavenly Tao curse, our Tao opening sect has not been able to cultivate another emperor no matter what we do, but this generation, the curse might be broken," responded true monarch Xianxia. Many of our predecessors did not believe in the curse. However, it became increasingly obvious when there conveniently was not a heaven mandate battle the generation of the sect master. Xindong, do not speak randomly. There is no evidence that the heaven mandate did not appear because of Wang Tian. There have been many precedents before. Xindong just snorted, ignoring Li Fen's words. Another true monarch that Wang Wei did not know yet said, "All that matters is the fact that once the young master breakthroughs the 13th layer, he would have exceeded the shackles of heaven, as such, not affected by the curse." All the people nodded and agree with him. However, Wang Cheng still reminded them, "We should not relax our guard yet. We all know that this curse will not be so simple. Wire still have a long way to go. All we have to do is support him as much as we can." Meanwhile, somewhere in the ground, Wang Wei was still attacking the 13th layer barrier, and he was so close to breaking it. He had a feeling that in less than a day he would succeed. Suddenly, an enormous eye appeared in the sky of the myriad emperor world, covering the entire world. This eye was cold, indifferent, and stood above all myriad beings. "Heavenly Tao Eye," muttered all the cultivators of the world, from the lowest body-refining realm to the supreme realm. They all wondered how serious the situation was that even the eye of Heavenly Tao showed up. Heavenly Tao is both a real and illusory concept in the cultivating world. However, one thing is clear is that the gigantic eye is the physical manifestation of Heavenly Tao itself. Soon, cultivators knew the reason for it showing up. A message was spread into the minds of all cultivators of the world. The young master of the Tao opening sect was committing blasphemy against heaven. Anyone who manages to stop him will be rewarded with boundless merits. All the cultivators became excited at the prospect of acquiring merits. With it, they can do so many things. They can improve their cultivation without side effects. They can refine a powerful magic weapon. They can improve their talent, and more importantly, they can increase their lifespans. Many emperor lineages were tempted and wonder if they should wake up their emperor artifacts and attack the Dao opening sect. In normal circumstances, that would be suicidal. However, now it is possible with the help of heaven. Sect Master Wang Tian also learned about Heavenly Dao's message. His face became ugly and the killing intent in his eyes increased. Without hesitation, he opened the remaining 4 emperor formations of the sect. This time the formation did not just cover the sect only, but the entire domain. As the 9 formations opened, they seemed to fit into a whole. Then a supreme will enveloped the entire myriad emperor world. The will gave the feeling of monarch overlooking the world, suppressing the entire plane. An intense killing intent enveloped the entire world, exuding a terrible pressure on all cultivators. It was at this moment that the overexcited cultivators woke up from their daydreaming. The Dao opening sect was still the overlord of this world. Even in the face of heavenly Dao, they did not have to bow to their head. Suddenly a deep and powerful voice echoed throughout the world. Everyone could hear it, even mortals. I want to see who dares attack my sect. I still have 9 emperor artifacts that have not tasted blood in a very long time. After this voice, all mortals knelt in the ground, bowing and begging for the immortals to forgive whatever sins they have committed. Meanwhile, all the cultivators became shocked again. Many of them recognized this voice as the one that forced an entire generation to bow to him. Unfortunately, or fortunately for them, he was unlucky. After that, they finally remembered the fact that the Dao opening sect still had 9 emperor artifacts that have not been used. The majority of them removed the stupid ideas they had in their mind and decided to just watch how everything unfold. However, there were a few that were unwilling to give up such an opportunity. Their fate was instant destruction the moment they approached the sect's domain. Meanwhile, on the 7th day, Wang Wei finally succeeded in breaking that barrier and reached the 13th layer of the body refining realm. Upon his success, Wang Wei felt like a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulder, like he freed himself from drowning and was able to breathe more easily. Suddenly, his gray eyes lit up, and he found himself floating in a void-like space. There were countless strings attached to him with different sizes. Then one of them was suddenly cut. After this one was gone, Wang Wei discovered that he could now control all the other strings. However, when he reached and was about to do so, he suddenly woke up from the void space. He then tried to enter that space again. However, he did not succeed. He could probably guess that it is not the right time yet, or he was currently too weak. After Wang Wei finished his breakthrough, the divine punishment also disappeared. All the cultivators in the world could feel the unwillingness of the heavenly Dao Eye when it left. Meanwhile, no one in the sect noticed that Great Elder Longbow took something off from the final thunderstrike before he left. Chapter 74. After his breakthrough, Wang Wei returned back to the Wang family. His father, mother, and all the supreme elders were looking at him like he was a rare animal in the zoo. In fact, they were just excited, and they were also checking whether something was wrong with Wang Wei. One of the supreme elders suddenly said, "I cannot see the young master's cultivation level." It was then that they all noticed that they indeed cannot feel the cultivation level of Wang Wei even if they use their powerful divine sense. It's not just his cultivation level, I cannot even feel his presence. I'm looking at him, but it's as if he did not exist between heaven and earth. Right now, Wang Wei was indeed in a wonderful state where even Supreme Realm Powerhouse could not detect any of his information. Another Supreme Elder started calculating in his finger, then said, "Not just that, I cannot calculate any information from the young master. I cannot even observe his chi luck." Upon hearing this, even Wang Wei was shocked. He activated his eyes' true sight and found that his dragon of luck became black and illusory. What's more, he can see many strings attached to him. However, they were none on the Supreme Elders. No, to be exact, it seemed like he could not see the strings. Intuition told Wang Wei that the strings existed, but he was just too weak to see them, or he did not have the right method. "Wire, use the blood qi in your body," asked Wang Wei's grandfather, Wang Cheng. And he did so. Wang Wei could feel that his blood qi increased by 100,000 jin just because of this one-layer breakthrough. Just when Wang Wei used his blood qi, the other people finally could find traces of his existence. It seemed that as long as he did not use his cultivation level, he would look like a mortal. Wang Wei could tell that his breakthrough will bring many benefits. However, it also seemed that he had to discover them for himself. While Wang Wei recounted his experience in the past week to the elders, Great Elder Long Bo went to see his direct disciple, Han Li. When Han Li received the news that his master was coming to see him, he went to receive him personally. Long Bo was satisfied with his piety. After entering Han Li's cultivation abode, Great Elder Long Bo set up a formation to isolate all spying from the outside. Then, he took out a crystal ball with flashing dark electricity inside. "What is this in your hand, master?" asked Han Li. "This is divine punishment thunder weakened and sealed by the sect's emperor formation." Han Li was shocked when he heard this. In the past 7 days, he witnessed the destructive power of divine punishment thunder. Even with his heavenly thunder physique, he was scared by the power. "Master, why do you have it in your hands? I want you to refine this divine punishment thunder." With this, not only will your strength increase, but your physique will be strengthened to the point of being in part with the top 5 heavenly physiques. Upon hearing this, Han Li immediately shook his head. No, master, please don't make me do this. This is thunder powerful enough to kill great emperors. Liar, you do not have to worry about this. This thunder has been weakened by the sect's formation. Furthermore, with your heavenly thunder physique and my assistance, you can succeed. No, master, please don't make me do it. I could die instantly if something goes wrong. Long Bo looked at his disciples with a look of disappointment deep in his eyes. Compared with the young sect master who faced the will of heaven directly and won, his disciples cannot even compare to his shoes. However, since he is his disciple, he is responsible for properly training him. Suddenly, Long Bo made a decision. Don't you want to know the reason that your foundation has weakened in the past few years, and even your strength has digressed? Upon hearing this, Han Li was interested. Since a few years ago, all those things happened to him. When he asked his master, he just told him that something went wrong with his cultivation. Now, it seemed there might be more to the situation than he previously thought. "Master, please tell me. Is there something wrong with my practice?" Then, Great Elder Long Bo explained to Han Li what Wang Wei and the sect did to him. As soon as he finished, a great amount of thunder started ravaging the entire room. All the walls had cracks and burn marks all over them. The only sitting cushion in the room was pulverized into million pieces. If it was not Long Boss formation that blocked the power, the entire manners might have been razed to the ground. "Master, I will definitely refine this thunder," said Han Li through gritted teeth. He decided to spend all his time creating a method that allows him to refine not just this divine thunder, but all thunder. Great Elder Long Bo nodded in satisfaction and decided to provide his disciples with all the resources he needed. Meanwhile, while the Dao Opening sect was recuperating from the traumas of the past week, all the other factions of the world were discussing Wang Wei and their next course action. In the Enlightening Emperor Academy, Headmaster Bai Han was having a meeting with all the teachers of the academy. So, he asked, "What do you think we should do now?" The room instantly became quiet. All of them had a worried look on their face. The excellency of Dao Opening sect's young master excited their comprehension and willingness to accept. "Why don't we hire the Death Order Palace to kill him?" suddenly said one teacher. However, one person shook his head and replied, "No, if we hire an assassin, we will be breaking the unspoken rule. Furthermore, there is no guarantee of success when it comes to the Dao Opening sect. And once they find out, they can also take action against Lin Fan in the lower realm," added another person. "So, are we not going to do anything?" Suddenly, Headmaster Bai Hai lightly coughed and the room became silent with all eyes focused on him. He then said, "In that case, let us send the Chaos Chi to Lin Fan for him to refine. With it, his absolute chaos physique will take another step." Immediately afterward, one person stood up and said, "Headmaster, "You can't. This is the only chaos chi that the Academy has and is used as our secret foundation." Although the other teachers did not say anything, just by their silence, you could tell that they also agreed. Headmaster Bai Hai sighed when he saw their response. He could not blame them. The chaos chi was indeed too valuable. It could instantly allow a mortal to reach the Saint Realm without side effects. It could allow a lower Thousand World to upgrade to Middle Thousand World, and Middle Thousand World to upgrade to Great Thousand World. There are even rumors that it can allow a Great Thousand World to evolve into a Heaven Mandate World. More importantly, the Chaos Chi can be used to create Emperor-level artifacts or pills. Knowing the value of this Chi, Bai Han still insisted on giving it to Lin Fan. However, he needed to convince the other teachers first. He said, "I know many of you might be unwilling, but at the rate that the young master of the Dao opening sect is growing, there is a high probability that he would be like his father and suppress all the heaven-chosen of his generation. Although the Chaos Chi is valuable, but only when placed into use. With Lin Fan's absolute chaos physique, once he proves the Dao, he can return to the Academy with 10 times more Chaos Chi. I sincerely doubt that without it he would be worthy to fight young Master Wang Wei." Although the teachers still had a little reluctance, they still agreed to provide their heaven-chosen with the Chaos Chi. And it was not just this. They also agreed to send Lin Fan to the Abyss battlefield, which is a place controlled by the Academy where he would experience endless slaughter, day and night without rest in order to hone his fighting ability. In fact, it was not just the enlightening Emperor Academy that made such a drastic move. All the powerful factions in the world who had a heaven chosen that they believed had a chance at the throne made the same decision as Headmaster Bai Han. The next day, after a long and good sleep, Wang Wei woke up more refreshed than ever. He called one of his maids to bring him somewhere. After going through a few formations, Wang Wei found himself in a dark room with a lake that had lightning blasting everywhere, and the lightning was black. This was the previous divine punishment thunder stored in this room, and it managed to liquefy. The entire lake in the room was actually liquid thunder. Wang Wei turned his head and asked the maid, "Did you see it with your own eyes?" "Yes, young master. I saw Great Elder Long Bo take something from the formation." Wang Wei patted her shoulder and said, "Good job. When Wang Ju returns, I will tell her to give you more responsibility." The maid immediately bowed and said, "I was just doing my job, young master." Wang Wei smiled, looked in a certain direction, then muttered, "Another bait has been cast. Hopefully, the fish will not disappoint me." Chapter 75. Wang Wei returned to his home and took half a month to get used to his newfound power. Then he called the new temporary head maid and started reading the information about the past few days. He learned how, due to him, many of the powerful sects in the world started to increase the training of their heaven-chosen. However, he did not care about this. He was still confident of himself. After reading the information, he suddenly thought of something and asked the maid, "Did the sect accept my request to allow Li Jun to cultivate that 9 nirvana blood chi?" "Yes, young master. The elders told me to inform you that both young Master Li Jun and young Miss Yen Liling can cultivate it, but they cannot cultivate all 9 nirvanas." After saying this, the new maid was confused. She wondered what kind of powerful cultivation technique would be forbidden by even the heir of both the Li and Yen family. However, Wang Wei understood the elder's message. If both Li Jun and Yen Liling manage to break through the 13th layer of the body-refining realm, they most likely will have to go through divine punishment again. And the sect cannot or will not afford the cost of opening the Emperor formations again. According to what Wang Wei learned from his father, the Dao opening sect had to bleed a little to protect from divine punishment. Even with the background of the sect, they are not willing to do so more than once. Additionally, his father even mentioned the fact that the sect lost a good chunk of their chi luck due to the fact they defied the will of heaven. In fact, Wang Wei is not very optimistic about these two being able to cultivate the 9 nirvana blood chi to all 9 nirvanas. You have to understand, without a sufficiently powerful soul, it is not easy to control the origin chi after the divine sea explodes, while at the same time ensuring that it is not permanently destroyed. On top of that, He did not think either Li Jun or Yen Liling could face the will of heaven and succeed like he did in the imaginary world. If it was not due to his insistence in the 9th Pagoda trial, things might have ended completely differently. The reason he made the request was that Li Jun was his best brother and he is used to sharing good things with him. Although they have not seen each other the past 5 years due to them always cultivating, they still sometimes talk to each other through communication talismans. As for Yen Liling, Wang Wei always suspected her motives were not pure in approaching him or Li Jun. As such, he never truly trusted her. However, the sect seemed to have decided to raise her as part of his future crew. Given how talented she seemed, she must be of great use in the future. As such, Wang Wei decided to spend more time getting to know what kind of person she is. After dealing with a bunch of mundane affairs, Wang Wei went back to his cultivation abode in order to continue his seclusion. He was about to enter the Divine Sea realm for about the 10th time. However, the process took longer than expected. Due to his very pure and powerful blood qi, it took him more than 2 years to break through. However, after he succeeded, he went straight to the peak 2nd stage of Origin River. Wang Wei looked at his vast divine sea filled with Origin qi. He ran it according to the path or meridians of the Origin Path Sutra, then a few more drops were added to the river. It is indeed similar to the inner strength described in my past life, muttered Wang Wei. However, he knew that Origin qi was different from inner strength. For once, inner strength can only travel through the body meridians and acupoints. However, Origin qi is different. It can travel to all parts of the body, meridians, blood, muscle, and bones. As long as the user desires it, it will travel there. Another difference is the fact that inner strength can have different effects based on the specific meridians it traveled through. However, Origin does not have such an effect. The only purpose that the meridians have is to increase the amount of Origin qi in the Divine Sea. And the specific route of the meridians determine the efficiency in which Origin qi is gathered and how pure it is. While inspecting his Origin qi, Wang Wei could tell that it was extremely pure, maybe to the point that it is comparable to Origin essence of supernatural realm cultivators. Furthermore, Wang Wei found something different about his Divine Sea. It was actually expanding on its own, just like a universe infinitely expanding at all times. He guessed this was due to the 9 Nirvana blood qi. The constant explosion of his Divine Sea is somewhat similar to the Big Bang that created the universe in his previous life. With this special Divine Sea, Wang Wei will not have to worry about his Origin qi being consumed as long as he does not consume more qi than he can make. This is a feature only available to divine altar realm cultivators that can control spiritual qi from heaven and earth to replenish their Origin qi. Suddenly, another idea came to Wang Wei's mind. In each cultivating realm, he will make sure that his realm is different and unique from the normal. For example, he entered the body refining realm 13th layer, and he has an infinitely expanding Divine Sea. And in the future, he would make sure that he also cultivates a unique divine altar, supernatural realm, and so on. He had a feeling that this would be of great benefit to him down the line. After finishing checking his Divine Sea, Wang Wei mobilized his Origin qi and uttered a bunch of weird words. After that, a bright flame appeared in his hand. Then he said a few other words which were followed by him creating ice, wood, water, and earth from his hand. What he was using were actually spells or Origin abilities. As the Origin path came from both martial arts and qi cultivating, there are many spells. However, the majority of cultivators have to be in the Divine Altar realm to really use spells. In the Divine Sea realm, they can only do basic 5-element spells. And these spells cannot really be used in battle, but for day-to-day life. The water spell can create fresh water for cultivators to drink. The fire spell can be used to light up fire in case they need to cook something. And earth and wood spells are used for apprentices to take care of spiritual medicine in the gardens. Of course, there may be some powerful spells that allow Divine Sea cultivators to be able to have powerful combat ability. Wang Wei is not really sure about this. After all, this world is vast, anything can happen. Maybe he could find some information in the library, But Wang Wei was not interested right now. He preferred to fight with his fists like martial artists. After exiting his seclusion, Wang Wei took a shower. Despite the fact that he did not need to bathe anymore, he was used to always bathing and it's hard to change the habit. After that, he went to the family hall to see his parents. A few meters before arriving, he heard two voices shouting. He recognized them as his father and grandfather. No, he will use my method. Mine is more suitable for him. He is my son, of course, he has to follow in my shoes. Well, he is my grandson. And without me, none of you will be even born. When Wang Wei entered the room, saw both his father and grandfather shouting at each other. Meanwhile, his mother was sitting on the side sewing some clothes while watching them fight with a smile on her face. Even when Wang Wei entered the room, the two of them did not even notice him. As such, he approached his mother wondering what they were fighting about. Yu Yan was happy to see her son. She motioned him to sit by her side and started caressing his hair, then answered, "They are arguing which of their cultivation methods should you use to fight with in the future." Wang Wei's mouth twitched a bit when he heard this. They were fighting just because of this? He thought to himself. Then he asked his mother, "Mom, whose do you think I should choose?" Yu Yan just smiled and replied, "Whatever you want, honey. In the end, the person who will be most affected is you. So, choose whichever method you think is most suitable. And if both of them do not fit, there are plenty of cultivating methods in the sect." After hearing this, Wang Wei nodded and kept watching the two of them fighting while chatting with his mother. After a few minutes, Yu Yan seemed to be tired of their constant bickering. As such, she lightly cleared her throat using her origin essence, thus echoing her voice throughout the room. Suddenly, the two of them stopped and looked at her. Yu Yan smiled and said, "Apologies, I had something stuck in my throat. While I have your attention, why don't you both let Wire decide what technique to use after reading both of them?" Both Wang Tian and Wang Chang looked at each other, nodded, then handed a jade talismans to Wang Wei containing their own created cultivation methods. Chapter 76. Wang Wei first took the talisman containing the cultivation method of his grandfather. He poured his origin chi inside and a bunch of information entered his mind. Instantly, he knew that this cultivation technique was called Overlord Fist, and it is a technique that can be used both for fighting and cultivating. Wang Wei knew that techniques in this world are divided into three categories: the one used purely for cultivating and raising realms, the ones used purely for fighting, including powerful spells, and the combination of both. The Origin Path Sutra that he previously cultivated was a pure method of cultivating. Although later generations added a few spells and basic fighting methods in it, it is still a technique used only to rise in realms. After reading and understanding the Overlord Fist, he realized it is both a body refining and fist method. The whole concept of this method is to always advance in battle no matter the situation. To keep punching the enemy until it is down. However, a battle is never so one-sided that an enemy will just let his opponent keep attacking without fighting back. Nevertheless, the Overlord Fist does nor mind the enemy's counterattack. On the contrary, it encourages the tactic of using injuries with injuries. The reason is simple. This technique is purely a masochist method, at least in Wang Wei's opinion. The reason he thought so is that the purpose of the Overlord Fist is to create a powerful and indestructible defensive body through constantly getting injured and healing. This technique essentially encourages cultivators to get injured as much as possible during a fight, then when they heal afterwards, their overall defense will increase dramatically. Wang Wei suddenly realized how his grandfather survived his Heaven Mandate battle intact, while his other grandfather, Yu Zhuang, was forced to enter seclusion in order to heal his injuries. Furthermore, Wang Wei also discovered some traces of the ancient desolate body refining scripture in this Overlord Fist. He guessed that his grandfather created this method after failing to cultivate the scripture. After reading his grandfather's technique, Wang Wei looked at the talisman that contained his father's famous sword art. This sword art was called by him as Absolute Cut Sword Sutra. This technique was also a combination of fighting and cultivating. After reading the content in the talisman, Wang Wei had a look of shock in his face. He had to admit that his father was truly a heaven-defying genius just like him. The principle of this sutra is to take one of the 6 basic movements of the sword, the cut, then cultivate it to an unimaginable level. With this method, a cultivator can literally cut anything, whether it is time, space, matter, energy, and even luck. No matter what attack someone throws at you, why one cut is needed to destroy it. This technique took the Tao of cutting to the extreme, thus sublimating into a higher level of Tao. According to the notes left by Wang Tian in the sutra, he envisioned that one day his sutra will allow him to even cut chaos, nothingness, and emptiness. How can someone cut nothingness, something that essentially does not exist? Well, this sword sutra aspired to do this. Although technically the Absolute Cut Sword Sutra is only a saint-level cultivation method and is incomplete, Wang Wei could already tell that it had way more potential than his grandfather's Overlord Fist. Additionally, Wang Wei believed his grandfather's Overlord body would probably not be able to stop his father Absolute Cut at the same level of cultivation. He also believed that only by cultivating the ancient Desolate Body Refining Scripture to a very high level would he be able to stop his father's sword. And a fight between them would probably be very intense. Despite the brilliance and potential of his father's sutra, Wang Wei knew that he would never choose it. The reason for that is that in order to cultivate this technique, a person has to dedicate their entire lives to the way of the sword. You have to love the sword, practice the sword constantly for years without stopping, blend with sword until you and it became one. The sword has to become one of your arms. It has to become another extension of you. Without this will and determination, no one can successfully cultivate the Absolute Cut Sword Sutra. And even if one did, the power of the sutra would reduce dramatically. To Wang Wei, this way of practice seemed like slavery to him. The sword cultivators seemed to be enslaved by their sword. For him who pursues to be free and unfettered, how could he be enslaved by an object? In his opinion, swords are nothing but objects or tools used for a purpose. As tools, they should follow orders and do as they are commanded. Asking him to treat a sword on equal terms as him? He could never do such a thing. Although Wang Wei knew that certain magical weapons will have soul and intelligence when they reached a certain level, he did not care. If one of his weapons acquired intelligence, he would respect it as a living being, but he would still be the one in charge, otherwise he would rather erase said intelligence. Despite the fact that Wang Wei decided that he would not cultivate the Absolute Cut Sword Sutra, he still decided to learn from it. He hoped to one day create a sword move that allows him to cut fate whether it is his own or others. After hearing his son's decision, although disappointed, Wang Tian was not that surprised. Over the years, he had noticed that his son did not have the heart of a swordsman. He did not have the same joy and happiness he himself had when he first started practicing the sword. While Wang Tian was sulking, his father on the other hand had a wide grin on his face. He praised his grandson for having good taste unlike his son. That night, throughout dinner, Wang Chang could not stop smiling. In fact, Wang Wei was not planning on cultivating the Overlord Fist either, just using the fighting move in them. He had the utmost confidence in himself that he would be able to cultivate the ancient Desolate Body Refining Scripture. As such, he did not really need the defense capabilities of the Overlord body. However, he did not tell this to his grandfather. Let the old man be happy for a while. At night, Wang Wei went to cultivate, while Wang Tian accompanied his wife. However, he was still in a sullen mood. Suddenly, he said, "Honey, why don't we try to have another kid?" Yu Yan looked at her husband, then replied, "Are you still unhappy that Wire did choose your sutra? From the way he behaved from childhood, you should have expected this long ago." "I know this, but I just wanted to try. I thought maybe I would be lucky and he would change his mind." Yu Yan looked at her husband speechlessly, then shook his head. "Not to mention how difficult it would be for our cultivating level to conceive another child, How do you know whether he or she will love the swords as much as you do and decide to inherit your swordsmanship? I do not know. However, it's worth a try. As you wish. After that, the lighting formations were turned off, and the beautiful process of creation took place inside this room. Chapter 77. Wang Wei stood in front of the 90 Zhang battle tower again, entering for the second time. However, this time he was going to face people in the Divine Sea realm. It's time for me to test my 3 months cultivation of the Overlord Fist, muttered Wang Wei before he stepped in the tower again. With his powerful and pure origin qi, he easily passed the first 3 difficulties. However, he encountered a challenge in the heaven difficulty. Once again, Wang Wei found himself in a forest full of trees. However, the internal space for Divine Sea cultivators seemed more vast as he could observe mountains and lakes around the forest. Wang Wei was still surrounded, but this time he faced 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts instead of 5 Tier 1. However, he was not surprised by the fact that the number was doubled. He knew that the tower became increasingly more difficult as one gets higher. Additionally, in the Earth difficulty, he also had to face 2 demonic beasts instead of the only tiger he fought previously. Wang Wei observed his opponents for this trial. It was composed of 2 swift-winged wolves, 3 solid earth boars, and 5 fierce fire lions. Each of these demonic beasts had a fierce light in their eyes, looking at Wang Wei like their prey. However, soon, it will be known who is the hunter and who is the prey. Wang Wei mobilized his origin qi into his legs, which light up the color gray, and instantly rushed to the closest solid earth boar. His figure left more than 3 shadows behind him when he moved. Boom! A powerful punch hit the face of the boar. Affected by the tremendous force, the boar vomited a mouthful of blood and flew more than 20 meters before hitting the ground. He did not get up afterward. Seeing the state of his companions, the other 2 solid earth boar became angry, then immediately activated the power of their bloodline. Soon afterward, a thick armor made of earth enveloped the remaining 2 boars. It was not just them, all the remaining demonic beasts activated their bloodline abilities. The 5 fierce fire lions opened their mouth and 5 fireballs shoot out of their mouth in the direction of Wang Wei. However, he did not back down or evade. Instead, he stepped forward and punched. Lion Fist, a lion head image made of origin qi, appeared on the right hand of Wang Wei. When this punch touched the 5 fireballs, a lion roar echoed throughout the jungle, signaling that the king of the jungle was patrolling his territory and all animals should bow to it. Boom! 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 Wang Wei's single fist instantly destroyed all the 5 fire attacks, resulting in a massive explosion. A huge fire of more than 500 degrees Celsius spread throughout the forest with Wang Wei at the center. However, he was completely unarmed. A gray layer of energy enveloped his entire body, protecting him from the heat. With his powerful origin qi, it is quite easy for him to withstand such temperature. While the smoke from the fire was obscuring the sight of all the demonic beasts, he instantly rushed in the direction of the wolves. As they had the highest level of mobility, he deemed them the most threatening of the groups. In just a few seconds, Wang Wei traveled a few meters and reached in front of the more than 10 meters tall wolf. He jumped in the air and threw another punch. Following the sound of a lion roaring, the head of the swift-winged wolf exploded, splashing blood and brain matter all over. It did not even have the time to react. The other wolf on the hand was always on alert. Seeing that his companion was killed, the other wolf opened his mouth and spewed out a 20 meters long wind blade to kill his opponent. Wang Wei immediately mobilized his origin qi and chopped the wind blade into 2 parts right down the middle. He then rushed toward the last remaining wolf. He threw another punch. However, this time it was the image of a tiger that appeared in his hand instead of a lion. The tiger exuded a terrible killing intent, demonstrating its status as heaven and earth's most perfect killing machine, the most powerful hunter and predator. This was a move from the Overlord Fist, known simply as Tiger Fist. When the swift-winged wolf faced the upcoming punch, he suddenly felt a powerful killing intent invading his mind, making it extremely afraid and temporarily frozen. This feeling reminded this wolf of one time when he met a demon with a pure and noble bloodline. With just one look, he rendered him unable to move and had to bow to it. Despite being overwhelmed by fear, the wolf still instinctively responded by attacking with his paw. Unfortunately, this was a grave mistake. Bang! The wolf's entire arm from the paw all the way to the shoulder exploded in countless pieces. Whether it was its bones, skin, and muscles, they were all instantly pulverized. Without giving the wolf any chance to breathe, Wang Wei did a somersault in the air, thus standing upside down right on top of the wolf's back. Afterward, he used his origin chi as a leverage to step in the air, then rushed to the wolf and punched it in the back. Crack, crack. Every bone in the spine of the wolf was broken. It howled in misery before falling in the ground, either dead and crippled for life. Wang Wei looked at the wolf lying on the floor. The move he used to step in the air was similar to an anime he saw in his previous life. He had the idea to try and he succeeded. He knew that it was possible simply because of how pure and powerful his origin chi was. However, the consumption was simply abnormal. Just this one use already drains a quarter of his vast ocean of origin cultivation. Despite all of the excitement, all of Wang Wei's actions happened in the span of a few minutes. By the time the second wolf was killed, the remaining 5 lions and 2 boars had already cleared out the smoke from the previous fire explosion. They all surrounded Wang Wei hoping to find a flaw that they can pounce on and kill him in one fell swoop. Although they knew that they were not his opponent, they knew that if they did not kill this cultivator, they would be the one killed. Wang Wei looked at these demonic beasts. All of a sudden, an impulse came over him. He gathered the power of his body-refining realm 13th layer and his infinite divine C and merged them together. A sudden will manifested from him and directly hit the 7 demonic beasts. Then, they all vomited large mouthfuls of blood and fell in the ground, whining in pain. It seemed that they were still alive. Wang Wei was surprised and confused about what happened. He walked over and checked the condition of these beasts by pouring his origin chi into their body. He discovered that their bloodline core was destroyed, essentially destroying their cultivation. Could this new ability be able to destroy other people's cultivation just by looking at them? Muttered Wang Wei. If that was the case, that would be truly heaven-defying. However, he could guess that this ability probably had drawbacks. For example, the person must be weaker than him by a large margin. However, even if that was so, this ability can be used to prevent being encircled by a bunch of people using mob tactics. Furthermore, as his cultivation grew higher and developed more unique realms, unique divine altar and supernatural realm, this ability will also grow more powerful. Let's call this ability True Will from now on, said Wang Wei out loud. Now that these demonic beasts were incapacitated, he had passed the heaven difficulty level. He sat cross-legged, took out a profound tier divine C replenishing pill to refill his origin chi. Cultivators in the first 3 realms of cultivation can only use profound tier pills, otherwise they would not be able to bear the medicinal strength. 3 hours later, Wang Wei finished recuperating and left his meditation state. Right now, he was in perfect shape for the next difficulty, the Emperor difficulty. There, Wang Wei will have the chance to fight and learn from the sect's great emperors at the same level of cultivation. If he said he was not excited, then he would be lying to himself. His blood started boiling again at the idea of fighting a great emperor, even if it's just a clone in the same realm. After a few breaths, Wang Wei saw a young man of similar age standing in front of him. He had cold and emotionless eyes like he was not a human being. However, deep in there, Wang Wei could see a terrifying fighting will that feared nothing in heaven and earth. His eyebrows were quite similar to Li Jun, or Li Jun's eyebrows are similar to him. Wang Wei could guess who this was, as such he muttered, Li family's ancestor, Battle Maniac Emperor. Chapter 78. Wang Wei observed the young Battle Maniac Emperor for a while and could guess that it was a clone left by the real Battle Maniac Emperor in the tower to teach future disciples of the sect. While observing, Wang Wei recalled the information he learned about him through the history classes he had to take. In fact, Wang Wei admires the Battle Maniac Emperor quite a bit. Among the three ancestors of the sect, he admired him most because of his determination. According to what he knew, all the other sworn brothers and sworn sister of his ancestor Wang Qishan, also known as Emperor Qiyuan, also became great emperors. After Wang Wei's ancestor became emperor, he washed away the karma from his other two sworn siblings, giving them the chance to fight for heaven mandate in the following generation. The Yan family ancestry Nai became the first known female great emperor and also the second emperor of the ancient emperor era, which means that the Dao opening sect had two consecutive emperors. However, in the third generation, when it was the turn of the Li family's ancestor Li Ming, he actually lost in his heaven mandate battle. However, Li Ming was a man with an iron will and was not discouraged by his defeat. Instead, he became more motivated. He sealed himself in bloodstone and slept for countless generations to wash away his karma. When he was woken up, he did not directly wait until the time for the heaven mandate battle to take action. Instead, he abolished all his cultivation and started anew. He traveled throughout the entire world, constantly fighting all kinds of cultivators and learned from them. Whether it was man or woman, human, demonic beast, or spirit race, he fought them all. And he did not stop there. He used the artifact that his sworn brother Wang Qishan had used and traveled through countless worlds. Throughout his travels, he met countless different powerhouses and fought with all of them. He absorbed all the experiences while fighting and turned them into his strength. Eventually, he managed to win his generation's heaven mandate battle and was thus known as the Battle Maniac Emperor. In Wang Wei's opinion, the Battle Maniac Emperor might be the emperor with the most fighting experience. He may not be the strongest, but in terms of how to use strength in battle, if he said that he was second, no other emperor can say they are the first. After observing for a while, Wang Wei began the fight. He rushed into the young emperor clone and threw a punch. However, to his surprise, his punch was blocked by another punch. The young emperor clone managed to be on par with Wang Wei solely based on its origin qi. Although this clone had the same cultivation level as him, the Ocean of Origin, you should know that Wang Wei's origin qi was extremely pure and powerful. And yet, in a head-on confrontation, the young emperor was equal to him. Wang Wei was not convinced. As such, he threw more punches. The sound of lion and tiger roaring echoed in the arena. The air trembles each time their fists clashed together. The ground cracked due to the force generated by their fist. However, none of them, whether Wang Wei or Li Ming, moved from their spots. They were still equal in strength. Wang Wei frowned, then started thinking. He knew there must be a reason for the young Battle Emperor Maniac to be equal with him. At first, he thought that the clone was using a large amount of origin qi to make up for the disparity in purity. However, he soon discovered that he was wrong. No, it was the opposite. During the fight, the amount of origin qi used by the clone was even less than him. Li Ming's clone was using less origin qi than him, but the power generated was comparable to his pure and powerful origin qi. Wang Wei wondered how he achieved this. So, he began to observe more carefully how Li Ming used and controlled his origin qi. As the two of them continued to clash, a deep hole started to appear in the arena with the two of them at the epicenter. There were countless cracks surrounding the arena. Bang, bang, bang. The air kept exploding, while the ground trembled. The two fighters kept clashing, ignoring the devastating effect their strength has on the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, Wang Wei continued to observe how the young emperor used his origin qi. In fact, he discovered that the clone was not hiding his method. On the contrary, he made it abundantly clear. It was then that Wang Wei realized the reason. Every time the young emperor punched out, he would instantly condense his origin qi, then explode it at the moment of impact. That way, his origin qi can become pure and powerful for a brief moment before reverting back to normal. However, that brief moment was all the young emperor clone needed. After realizing the method used, Wang Wei immediately tried to copy it. However, he discovered that his origin qi was too pure to be able to further compress. As such, he directly skipped that step and exploded his origin qi and guided the power outward. Boom! With a powerful punch, the young emperor clone was pushed back more than 30 meters, leaving marks on the floor as he slid near the edge of the arena. Upon seeing this, Wang Wei became excited. Not because he managed to push the clone of a great emperor, but because he had successfully accomplished one of his objectives for coming here, learning and growing through battle. The fighting intent in Wang Wei's eyes increased. Today, he was destined to have a bountiful fight. Soon, 3 hours passed by. Wang Wei stood there with his clothes broken while painting heavily. He had many bruises on his body, while his left arm and ribs were broken. Meanwhile, the young emperor clone was lying on the floor with a hole deep in his chest. Wang Wei was the final victor of this battle. Suddenly, the atmosphere around Wang Wei changed. Everything became silent or stale, then something seemed to have descended into the tower. Soon afterward, the dead young emperor clone in the ground stood up, completely ignoring his life-threatening injury. Wang Wei looked at him with vigilance. Something seemed off to him. He immediately took a few sips of holy spring water to heal his injury in case he needed to fight again, then took a robe to cover his body. After a few seconds, he started to closely observe the weird clone in front of him, and he could see that its lifeless eyes were gone, replaced with spirit and intelligence. As such, he said, "What are you?" "No, what I should ask is, who are you?" The clone looked at Wang Wei's calmness and decisiveness, then started laughing out loud, "Worthy to be the descendant of Brother Wang. You can call me the Battle Maniac Emperor. Or if you want to be less formal, just call me Li Ming." Wang Wei was slightly surprised when he heard what the clone said. However, thinking about it, it made sense that the Battle Maniac Emperor might leave something behind in the battle tower. Wang Wei then cupped his hand together, slightly bowed and said, "Disciple Wang Wei has seen the sect ancestor. I wonder how and why the ancestor appeared here to see the disciples?" Wang Wei was in fact quite curious. The Battle Maniac Emperor vanished a long time ago, the same way as many of the great emperors of this world. He was quite curious about the reason. Great emperors have unlimited lifespan, so he did not think that they had died due to the passing of time. The Battle Maniac Emperor did not care about Wang Wei's formal way of addressing him. He looked up and down at the disciple in front of him instead. Wang Wei suddenly felt that every secret in his body was seen through by the Battle Maniac Emperor, and he was a little scared, although his face remained the same on the surface. In fact, Wang Wei did not care about most of his secrets except for the fact that he was reincarnated. Although in this world, there are many people who awaken the memories from their past life, however, his case was different after all. Without sufficient strength to protect himself, he did not want anyone to know about this. After observing Wang Wei for a few minutes, the Battle Maniac Emperor said, "I can come to see you because I left a tiny bit of my will in the battle tower when I refined it. As for my purpose in coming, I was just interested in the person who passed my trial in such a short time. I have to say, you are indeed extraordinary. Breaking the barrier after the 12th layer of the body refining realm, and having an ever-expanding divine sea. Not to mention, you are also a young emperor and, well, your soul actually has paragon quality. That's impossible." The Battle Maniac Emperor was visibly shaken when he saw Wang Wei's soul. He knew what kind terrifying beings paragons were, as they were referred to as the darlings of chaos. On the other hand, Wang Wei was quite confused. "Ancestor, what is a paragon?" The Battle Maniac Emperor woke up from his shock and shook his head, refusing to answer the question. "Kid, I can tell that you are special and have many secrets. On account of your potential, I can actually answer a few questions you have." Wang Wei looked at the Battle Maniac Emperor speechlessly. "I just asked a question and you refused to answer." However, he still took the chance to ask a few questions that puzzled him. "Ancestors, what happened to all the great emperors? Where did they all go? And are there any cultivation realms beyond the great emperor?" The Battle Maniac Emperor Li Ming was again surprised. He gave this kid the opportunity to have his cultivation directed by an emperor, yet he asked such questions. However, thinking about it, Li Ming finds it reasonable. People as talented as Wang Wei have deep pride in their bones. They might be weak in strength, but they do not believe that they are in any way inferior to any emperors. After thinking about this, The battle maniac Emperor Li Ming smiled and said, "You are ambitious, aren't you? Regarding these secrets, I cannot say anything directly. All I can tell you is that the world is more vast than you can imagine. As for the realm of Great Emperor, in many ways this realm is just another started point. If one day you manage to sit on that throne, then you will understand what I mean. Anything I say before that will be meaningless." Wang Wei's eyes lit up when he heard this answer. Although he has already theorized these possibilities, it is totally different from knowing the exact truth. As such, he again bowed in respect to the battle maniac emperor. Wang Wei has found his pursuit. Being a great emperor may not be his end. He will walk the path of cultivation all the way to its end, and maybe go beyond it. This time, the battle maniac emperor accepted Wang Wei's bow as he could feel the sincerity from him, the sincerity of someone determined to walk to the end of the Tao. "Well, you are indeed a fine descendant. When I first saw you, I wanted to give you some rewards. However, after seeing you, I can tell you have your own pride and may not necessarily accept. So, I have a few pieces of advice for you. Your soul will be of great benefit for you in the future. However, before that happens, it will also greatly hinder you. If you cannot solve the problems it will bring you, then your cultivation path will be severed. Secondly, if one day you manage to prove the Tao, do not easily reveal the power of your soul even to the people closest to you. As a matter of fact, find a way to hide or change the fluctuation it emits. Finally, do not ever forget your original intention, your original pursuit of the Tao. Otherwise, you will become your own worst enemy." After saying this, the battle maniac emperor waved his hand and Wang Wei was sent out of the tower. After that, he muttered, "Controlling your own fate? Maybe he will succeed where we have failed." Then he disappeared. Chapter 79. Inside a cultivation room, Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. "After more than 3 years, I have finally reached the peak of ocean origin. Who knew that having such a powerful foundation will actually slow down my cultivation speed?" However, Wang Wei did not care about the long process of cultivating. As a divine sea realm cultivator, he has 300 years of lifespan, 100 years more than the body refining realm. Furthermore, his fate puppeteer physique provided him with an extra 200 years of lifespan. After saying this, he stood up and started moving, his body cracked due to the stiffness of sitting cross-legged for a long period of time. Then, Wang Wei started mobilizing his origin qi. He easily compressed it, turned it into cone shape to increase penetration, then transformed it into waves to overlap strength. This was the result of his countless fight against the young emperor clone in the battle tower. However, the will of the real great emperor never manifested again. Wang Wei thought it was a bummer. He could probably learn a lot of secrets from the battle maniac emperor. After finishing exercising his origin qi, Wang Wei walked out and headed towards his resting room. However, the entire room was filled with talismans and documents. Wang Wei looked at the mess and sighed. I could not find any information whatsoever about Paragon. Even his father and grandfather had never heard anything regarding Paragons. After explaining his experience in the tower, both of them were quite surprised and happy at the thought that the great emperors of their sect might be alive somewhere out there. His father and grandfather ran back to the battle tower to check, but they found nothing. However, this news did not affect their enthusiasm. Knowing that the sect has an existing powerful backer is more than enough for them. Nevertheless, the news about the emperor's manifestation became the highest secrets of the sect known only to the Wang family, meaning just Wang Wei's family of 4 and the heads of the other 2 families, great elders Yan Mei and Li Jiang. As for Wang Wei's concern regarding paragons, they concluded that this might be the highest secrets known only to existence at the level of great emperors. Of course, Wang Wei did not tell them the fact that the term paragon was related to his soul. He just told them that the battle maniac emperor mentioned it during their conversation. Wang Wei called a maid to return all these documents back to the library. At this point, his search has proven to be futile. Wang Wei decided to take a break. In the past 3 years, All he did was just cultivate and fight. He needed to relax for a while. Just as he was thinking about what to do for entertainment, one of his communication talismans lit up. It was a message from Li Jun. Knowing that he was not busy cultivating, Wang Wei invited him to drink together. A few minutes later, Li Jun flew to the Wang family mansion with a flying talisman. He easily navigated through the complex mansion, heading straight to Wang Wei's resting room. In his way, Li Jun said hello to a few maids, who will always answer him back with a blushing face. One of the things that the maids working in the manor liked to see was the handsome face and smile of young Master Li Jun when he came to the manor. Although their young master is more handsome, however, the maids always felt pressure when facing him. After a few minutes, Li Jun arrived in the room and met with Wang Wei with a smile on his face. He said hello to him and found a place to sit down. Wang Wei looked at Li Jun up and down. First thing he noticed was the fact that his cultivation was also in the ocean of origin. And he was not far from the peak. However, he was not surprised by this. After all, Li Jun did possess the number 20 battle maniac physique. The second thing that Wang Wei noticed was the fact Li Jun did indeed somewhat resemble the battle maniac emperor, especially the eyebrows. However, unlike the emperor, Li Jun's fierce fighting intent was emanating out of his body at all times, while the battle maniac emperor's was hidden deep in his eyes. It seems that you have not been able to fully control the heaven fighting scripture. Li Jun smiled wryly and answered, "Big brother, not everyone is like you and can easily understand and control an emperor-level scripture. What can I say? I was gifted by heaven. Alright, come, throw your most powerful punch. I want to see your progress the past years." After saying this, Wang Wei motioned Li Jun to attack him, and he did so. Li Jun gathered a lot of his origin qi in his hand, which turned red in color. Then with all his force, threw a punch. Wang Wei gathered his powerful origin and blocked the punch. The collision of the two shook the air. The powerful aftershock of their clash destroyed all the tables and decorations of the room. However, none of them paid attention to this. Wang Wei observed Li Jun's strength, then frowned. He could tell that Li Jun has a very deep foundation and has cultivated the 9 nirvana blood qi to at least the 6th nirvana. In the entire sect, his strength was probably only second to him in the same realm. However, his use of origin qi was quite rough and primitive. If it was 3 years ago, maybe Wang Wei might not have noticed, but now he was different. "Did you not go to the battle tower after you break through the divine sea realm?" "No, big brother. I had to go to a secret realm trial with all the outer disciples of the sect. I had to continue training all the subordinates I brought from the Spirit Road and also recruited new people. The sect told me to prepare in advance as we may soon need them." Wang Wei frowned and realized it was indeed time for him and Li Jun to leave the sect for a necessary trial. In that trial, he might need an army and Li Jun is in charge of training it. When you have time, visit the battle tower to train. You can fight directly with a clone left by your clan's ancestor. He is the best teacher to learn how to properly control the heaven fighting scripture. Li Jun nodded his head. He could feel that his big brother was not too pleased about his progress. However, he did not mind. Although in the past years he managed to easily suppress his peers and had garnered all types of praise from his family, he knew that he was completely not his big brother's opponent. This idea became more firm after he cultivated the 9 nirvana blood qi. He knew how powerful and precious such technique was. After his big brother cultivated it, he did not hide it for himself, but asked the elders of the sect to spend countless resources to allow him to cultivate it as well in order to increase his strength. Li Jun knew that his big brother had a very high standard for him, maybe even higher than his own parents. What's more is that his big brother always believed that he could achieve these standards, even at times when he did not even believe in himself. After checking Li Jun's progress, he changed the topic. "What do you want to drink, tea or wine? I have just received a few batches of Longxue tea if you want." "Big brother, are you really willing to give me some of your tea? You were so stingy the last time I was here." Wang Wei's mouth twitched after hearing this. How can he not be stingy? He only gets a little bit of tea every month. If he did not save this stash for a few years, he would never share it with this guy. Li Jun, upon seeing Wang Wei's face, immediately said, "Forget the tea. Let's have a meal with wine. I have not eaten your delicious food for quite some time." Wang Wei ignored this guy's glib tongue and went to the kitchen. The cooking in this world is indeed quite simple. Due to the fact that most cultivators spend their time in seclusion, they do not have the time or desire to spend time developing different types of culinary dishes. As for mortals, as long as their stomachs are full, they don't really care about taste. Additionally, due to bathing in spiritual qi, even ordinary animals have better taste than the ingredients back on Earth. As such, when Wang Wei started to use the dishes from his past life, even his subpar cooking skill turned every meal he cooked extremely delicious, making him quite popular in his family during dinner time. He had to teach the maids and chef in the manor how to cook in order to extricate himself from the constant labor of going to the kitchen. Even his mother learned from him at one point. After a few minutes, all the food was ready. Both Wang Wei and Li Jun picked up their chopsticks and started eating. The food was indeed delicious. This time, Wang Wei used the fire spell to perfectly control the temperature of the ingredients when cooking. As such, his skills have sublimated. While eating, Wang Wei suddenly asked, "How is your relationship with Yan Liling going?" Li Jun was a little surprised by the question, but he still answered, "It is going quite great actually." Then a smile appeared on his face. Wang Wei placed down his chopsticks, took a mouthful of wine and said, "You have been with me for a long time. As such, you should be aware of the political machinations of the sect. Are you sure about this?" Li Jun's hand that was about to place food in his mouth suddenly stopped. After more than a minute, he continued eating and said with the corner of his mouth raised, "As long as there is love between us, then everything else is fine. Well, it is your private life. As long as you do not regret it in the end, you can do whatever you want. However, if you do not want to, with me here, no one can force you." After that, the two of them continued eating and talking about other topics, simply ignoring their previous heavy conversation. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.